Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. It's a beautiful Wednesday, and I hope that your day is productive. I hope that it is a day worth living. Join me tonight as we go through the tarot cards. As usual, we'll go through a collective reading and maybe a few more. And if anyone is interested in a personal reading, then I would direct you to my Cash App link. Just send me something on Cash App and I will certainly get to you in today's video. So peace, greetings, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. On your way in, go ahead and hit that like button. Go ahead and hit the like button. Don't be afraid. Care Bear says, I see you fixed your gloves. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Welcome to everybody that's here. For those of you who have been here before, and for those of you who are new. The Digital Dream, peace. Care Bear, peace, peace. Jose Munoz, peace, brother. Fearless Aura, peace. Sunshine Chick, peace. Always great to see you. Anna Molly, peace, peace. Welcome, lovely. Garrett Patterson, peace. Valera, peace, peace. Good evening. Hakeem Lamidi, peace. All right, so let's get to it, shall we? Let's get to it, shall we? As always, I'm doing a ton of research, just seeing what I can see to connect these dots. One of the most beautiful things about this whole system is that Kabbalah, tarot, and astrology blend together seamlessly, so much to the point that they're virtually the same thing, just being approached from a different angle. So what that means is, if you desire to know about either astrology, tarot, or Kabbalah, then it would literally be the best option to study all three. Doesn't matter which one you start with. I would recommend starting with the one that you know a little bit of something about. But to become a well-rounded understander of the mysteries, it'll be best to really get to know all three of these aspects of the same science. You feel me? All right, so let's begin with a general reading. I have some ideas, but does anybody have any theme for this general reading? How's your Pisces season been so far? How's this Pisces season been for you so far? Okay. Enchanted Cottage 333. What a blessing. Peace to you. My favorite tarot reader on YouTube, right? When I need to get a reading, guess where I go? Enchanted Cottage 333. You see her name down there. Go check her out. Check out her page. She does the readings more often than me. Like I said, if I need a reading, when I prefer to get an outside angle from somebody who isn't me, I go to my fellow Gemini sister, Enchanted Cottage 333. Go check her out. Care Bear says, I need to dive into Kabbalah more. I would highly suggest it, right? Especially if you're interested in spirituality. Because what I have found in my 20 plus years of study, like, digging through books, unsuccessfully and successfully, as well as practice, what I found is that most of this stuff can be traced back to very similar roots. To keep it real, most of what we call the Western mystery tradition, right, the Western science, comes from India, with traces of African science and Middle Eastern science. But primarily what I see is from India. So more than likely, whatever you're practicing is going to come from one of those three places. So why not study the Western culmination of all those things? That's what Kabbalah is. Ashley the Seeker says her Pisces season has been good so far. J. Bald Hale says good so far as well. Peace, peace. Jose Munoz says going through a lot of changes internally, that's for sure. I feel it. Digital Dream says the new coming eclipse. Okay, that's a good one. We might stick with that. Somebody tell me when that eclipse is, or I'll have to run to Google and check it myself. Let me go check that out. Sunshine Chick says, hi, Enchanted Cottage. I recently just subscribed to your channel. Great work, and I like your spunky personality. I said the same thing. I got you, Jose Munoz. You'll be the first reading after we do this general one, that's for sure. Thank you for your donation. Ramen Noodle 6 says, the eclipse is going to be directly over where I live, so that's going to be wild. J. Baldhale says, April, I think. Enchanted Cottage says, we're a few days from the full moon in Virgo. We might go with that. Full moon in Virgo, because that's a lot closer and more relevant, right? Full moon in Virgo. What's to expect for this full moon in Virgo? Now, Jose, I remember that you're a Cancer Leo, so I'll have you ready. Well, let's start with this full moon in Virgo. What can we expect here? Dealing with this full moon in Virgo, right? What's coming here in this Pisces season? As a matter of fact, let me get my symbols out. Virgo. And we're going to be having a beautiful full moon. Check these lovely ladies out. Full moon, coming soon. Beautiful sign of Virgo. What's to be expected here? When we think about Virgo, at least me, I often see Virgo as a time to really go within and analyze, to really study the details, to really become articulate with all the little pieces that have built me up to where I am so far, and to analyze the pieces that are leading me to where I want to go, and to change anything if necessary. That's what I think about when I think of Virgo. So if we're talking about the full moon being in Virgo, we're going to be talking about a season of us really doing some reflecting, some analysis, right? Not really emotional reflecting, because Virgo is an earth sign. We're going to be dealing with some analysis of what's in our face, right? Look at our lives. Are we happy with what has manifested? Are we happy with the direction that we're going with everything, right? So let's go with this full moon in Virgo. Full moon in Virgo. What are you bringing us? What can we expect? What are we manifesting? And I hate to say it like that. Virgo and the moon isn't bringing us anything. These are just raw energies being directed towards reality. And you, as the individual human being, some of you are maguses and witches and whatever you want to call yourself. Many of you have the knowledge to take that energy and direct it. Now the question is, are we directing this energy towards a place that we want it to be? Or are we just letting the flow of life take us, right? Because here's the thing, just because you're not doing magic, just because you're not actively manifesting, doesn't mean that somebody else isn't. So if you're not actively manifesting and managing your life, you're a part of someone else's manifestation, right? So what energies are coming for us to work with during this full moon in Virgo? Let's get started. So here's what we start with. We start with the Queen of Wands. Now, those of you who read reversals, take that as you may. I don't right now. Queen of Wands. So far, we are dealing with. Usually, this has to do with a specific person, but for right now, we're going to say a certain kind of trustworthy energy, right? A certain type of stable, trustworthy. So far, it doesn't look like this week is going to be very disruptive, chaotic. It doesn't look like it's going to be all over the place. Looks like this type of energy to start off with is going to be something that we can kind of manage without emotional turmoil. That sounds good to me so far. Let's keep going. Hazard Pie, peace and welcome again. Hot and fresh off the grill. Welcome. So this trustworthy energy, very nice. Again, there's a lot of femininity here, even from the cards. And when we say femininity, what we mean specifically is the type of energy that is very suitable for building, for nurturing, for creating, right? For taking the ingredients and mixing them together in the right proportion. So if we're talking about Virgo season, analyzing the details, we're talking about the full moon, which represents the full expression of the mental prana, right? The mental energy, the mental prana, full expression in the analytical details. It looks like so far we've got an energy of taking these details and actually putting them together to make something, to produce something. Hanged Man. So this can go one of two ways for us. For some of you, what this translates to is that feminine, creative, nurturing, productive energy could actually be halted during this season. For some of you, that creativity is going to be halted and slowed down. For the rest of you, this is going to represent, now you're going to really be able to see things from a different angle. Now let's go back to the High Priestess. This has strong connections to what we call the subconscious mind. In other words, the aspect of ourselves that is operating and running and processing below the awareness of the conscious mind. Now, as I said in my previous video, the subconscious mind is faster than the conscious mind. It's faster. It processes in a different way. It doesn't sit there and calculate and think slowly like Virgo. In fact, the subconscious mind operates quickly off of symbols and emotions. That's why you get a gut feeling when you walk into the room. That's why your body language operates beyond your mental control. Thank you, Karen. God bless you. I got you next. So when we talk about the subconscious mind, we are talking about processes that are happening beneath the surface, and they are very powerful. Most people think that their ego and their conscious mind is what's running the show. No, it's not. In all actuality, what we call free will is a product of the subconscious processes. So with the subconscious processes here, it looks like there's, like I said, some stable energy that we can utilize to create, right? Now, for some of you, that process is going to be halted, slowed down, possibly because there's going to be something subconscious that comes up to the surface. You might want to write this down to see if it will apply to you or not. For the other portion of us, instead of it being halted and slowed down, we're actually going to be able to see our situation from an alternate angle. And that might be because some of you are doing the active shadow work to heal some of those subconscious impulses, the active shadow work to manage those subconscious impulses. I like the way it sounds so far. Serious Suit 888. Peace, brother. Care Bear says, I'm a poet and a creator, manifesting a channel to share creativity and inspiration based off celebrating the zodiac sign by each season. That sounds cool. And what better time to start than now, right? What better time to start than now? It's not going to be perfect at first. It never is. If you saw Karen's previous live stream, she was talking about how when she first started her channel, right? And it wasn't anything as impressive as it is today. Same with me. I literally just cut the camera on one day and started going. After months and months and months of trying to be perfect, I just went for it and didn't stop. I suggest you do the same. And anybody else who's thinking about making a YouTube channel or making some music or starting a business, just begin. Because when you start getting those wheels turning, then you can see it from a different angle and realize, okay, there's actually some stuff that I can't plan, that I have to just do and let it happen. So maybe that's what we're talking about here. Maybe a lot of you are finally thinking about making a move on a creative project, right? And maybe with this Queen of Wands energy represents that you're standing in a position where you feel confident enough to get started. So make the move. And you'll find that as you're in the process of going, right, the subconscious mind, the part of you that is acting beyond your awareness, will bring out clues, will bring out information and data that will help you to adjust your path so you can see it from a different perspective. And for some of you who haven't done the inner work, that same subconscious information that comes up might be something to throw you off course. So that's something to look forward to. In fact, let me pull a fourth card to kind of balance this out and see what's happening here. Boom. So we got the Nine of Swords. This can indicate a state of pain, mental pain, misery, right? Look at those upper chakras pierced. A lot on your mind. This might also be a warning to not allow the heaviness and the burdens of day-to-day stress stop you from your creative pursuit. Again, we said that Virgo was a very analytical season. When the full moon's going to be in Virgo here soon, we're dealing with a lot of mental analysis. Now, if you're like me or an air sign at all, oftentimes that mental analysis can cause you to dwell on things that probably don't deserve your attention. So this is something to look out for. Don't allow that mental stress or heavy mental burden, right? 'Cause swords is a mental sign. Don't let that mental stress or burden kill what's being gestated. Don't let it kill the baby that's being born here, this creative project. Constantly keep yourself in a position to where you can see things from a different angle. It's not always just one thing. Most of the time when we end up in this state, it's because we are focusing on the negative and we are seeing a negative future, right? It hasn't happened yet. So if you choose to focus on the negative, of course you're going to be like this. Anxious, upset, stressed out. Remember to see things from multiple perspectives, especially if it seems like something unpleasant. There is always a sunny side, always a positive side. I like that. I gotta watch this again so I can be prepared for my Virgo full moon. MC Maestro, peace, brother. MC Maestro says I've been going rather minute, right? Minute, that's a word for Virgo. Rather minute with NLP, breaking my strategies down into a process. I've actually been cutting down on my unnecessary feminine aspects as well. Awesome. I got that book, by the way, Volume 2. I found it. I went ahead and purchased it. I got to have it. Volume 2. I am super excited. I got it right from Mr. Hall's website. Can't wait. Care Bear says, I'm getting a new perspective right now. Hanged Man energy Pisces season. Yes, ma'am. Sun in Pisces, right? Look at this triple play. We got the mermaid here. We got the full moon fairy. And we got this Virgo Earth elf. We're doing our thing. Powerful energy coming here soon. Use it, right? Use it. Garrett Patterson, peace. If I say peace to you twice, you know, you can return it at the store for a full refund. I'm just going. Moni Lee, peace. Evo7 says spot on. Peace, Evo7. It's been a minute since I've seen your name. Esoteric Compassionist, peace. Esoteric Compassionist says this is a great community. It is. It really, really is. One of the best magical communities I've seen. And I have y'all to thank for that. Ramen Noodle 6 says, honestly, I love how much these things resonate with me. Perfect, bro. Perfect. All right. So, how do y'all feel about that collective reading? Do we need to go in a little bit deeper, or shall we get into the personal readings? Shall we get into these personal readings? Jay Baldhill says, been trying to keep with not letting the mundane dampen my creativity and spirituality. Yes, yes, that's exactly what I mean. See it from a different perspective, right? We got this. All right, all right. All right, one person says a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. We'll pull one more. We'll pull one more. Let's shuffle it up a bit. Shuffle it up a bit. Creative pursuits. Creative pursuits. Somebody tell me what day that full moon falls on. Somebody tell me what day that full moon falls on. It's actually really soon, isn't it? I think we're here. Let's see. Let's see. What can we expect as a result of all this right here? Like what else is coming from this nurturing feminine energy, the subconscious mind, this alternate perspective? Enchanted Cottage says the 24th. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's just 3 days from now. That's just 3 days from now. Let's do it. We are already in the energies, she says. Boom. So we're here. Yeah. Good call. Good call. We're here. Let's check this out. Now that I know that. Boom. Possessive. And here I'm getting a positive feeling from this aspect of the card. Hold on tightly. Hold on tightly to what it is that you're working. Whatever you're pregnant with right here, whatever project you got working on, whatever it is that's in your subconscious mind trying to come out, hold on tightly to this. Hold on tightly to this, because the past 2 readings that I did really indicated that there was some explosive energy coming through, right? There's some explosive energy coming through. I take my readings seriously. And when that Knight of Wands kept appearing over and over and over again, one of the things that reading showed, and you can run it back, you can go back on the channel and see it, there are a lot of opportunities coming from those who are going to grab it with both hands. Be selfish with this energy. Make it a priority. Make it a priority. Make it a priority. All right? All right, let's get it. Next deck. Next deck. Here we go. Valeris says a specific amount for personal readings. Yeah, you know, I would prefer if you could shoot me like 20 or 30 or somewhere in that range. A little bit more, a little bit less, whatever you can do. But, you know, let's make it make sense. Because these readings are absolutely, what's the word I'm looking for? Close to home. That's what I'm thinking. Close to home. Okay, Jose Munoz says, I have a specific question from my reading. Will I get a girlfriend this year? All right, we can do that. It's a valid question. Valid question. And maybe I'll tell you my answer before I tell you what the cards say. So you're Cancer Leo, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So you're Cancer Leo. Let me know if that's correcto mundo. Cancer the Crab, the Armored Lover, the Armored Protector, all right? It's probably why you're asking this question. Leo, the Courageous Lion. 2 energies that come together to create steam. Powerful steam that can be utilized. It sends trains across the nation for 100+ years. Enchanted Cottage 333 says Knight of Wands was hitting mine yesterday. Hey, get it how you live. That's awesome. Okay, that's okay. Let's shuffle this thing up. Shuffle this thing up. We're gonna start with Jose, Cancer Leo. Crystal Oracle says, I was just brave enough to start this channel 3 more, and I'm gonna try live. I'm nervous. Now's the perfect time to try live, right? Try it. And look, if you get some trolls and whatnot, you know, everybody's opinion isn't valid, so don't take it seriously. Just do what you know how to do. Test your fortitude and your strength. I'm sure that you will attract plenty of people who resonate with your energy and who want to see what you're doing, right? Who want to be a part of what you're doing. Go for it. Go for it. Don't let the first little obstacle stop you, right? Don't let the first obstacle give you that 9 of swords, right? There's going to be obstacles, of course, but this is all about how you manage them and make them stepping stones. Enchanted Cottage says, Trav, you knocked my socks off last time. I'm gonna try to do it again. I'm gonna try to keep it consistent. You feel me? Ramen Noodle 6 says, wait, can you have multiple star signs? I looked up my birthday, it just said Gemini. Well, all 12 of them apply to you. But since the planets are moving all the time, they're going to be in a different position the date of your birth. So for some people, the sun is in Gemini, like me. For some people, the moon will be somewhere else. Your ascendant will be somewhere else, etc., etc. That's what this is. That's what that's referring to. Enchanted Cottage says, and I have seen what you predicted already when you read for me last week. Man, that is awesome. That is awesome. Moni Lee says, I want a reading, but I have something to do in a little bit. How often do you do these? Every Wednesday, and kind of every now and then. Evez says, is August 21 Leo or Virgo? I mean, it's a cusp, but on paper, that's when Leo season starts. It's really all about how you feel. Research what Leo and Virgo are about and see how you feel about that. Enchanted Cottage says, trolls means you're getting visibility. Yeah, that's true. That's true. MC Maestro says, you just spoke directly to my new job. It's rough, but I've gotten better in 3 days. Awesome, awesome. Debo the God, peace. Debo the God says, keep doing what you're doing, bro. Respect. I appreciate you. Thank you for that, my friend. Thank you. Nuru, peace. Good to see you. All right, here we go. For you, Jose Munoz. For you. Now, let's go to the first. What we have here is the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups. So, obviously, you're feeling a bit dissatisfied with your current position, right? And this is the Cups. This deals with the emotional realm. You're a bit dissatisfied in your heart, obviously, right? And what's interesting about this card is that I always have my attention drawn to that left cup, the one right next to him, right? That often indicates that there's something in your atmosphere that you're probably overlooking. Now, I'm not going to say it's a person that you're looking past. It may actually be a quality of yourself. Because one of the things that we find about love, right? I was making a video earlier today about the different types of magic, one of them being love magic. When it comes to attraction and attracting other people, whether it's simply for glamour, trying to attract sex, or full-on relationship, the first step is not burning a red or a green candle. The first step is actually standing in that mirror and rizzing yourself up. The first step is looking into that mirror and falling in love with yourself. Because if you can't stand yourself for 5 minutes, what makes you think that somebody else is going to go crazy over you? Right? So there may be some quality that you're overlooking. There's something that you might be overlooking here. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Valera says, should I send you my birthday too? If you want to send me just type in your sun and your moon. Your sun and your moon, and then I'll ask you your question when I get to you, because I don't want to have to scroll back up and find it. But I'll write it down here. Enchanted Cottage says, I swear, Geminis attract Geminis. Absolutely. It's true. Framestar Films. Peace, my brother. Valera says, been following Trav for years, quietly in the shadows. When I figured out he was a Gemini too, I was like, oh, right? Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Check this out. Uh-oh, King of Wands. King of Wands. So check this out. What I think, I don't know you. I just met you a few live streams ago. The energy I'm getting from this is that there's something about yourself that you're overlooking, Jose. There's something about yourself that you're overlooking. You're disappointed, and you can see it on your face. You can probably see it in your language and your body language as well. But there is something there that is shining. Now, we're going to go with the subconscious mind, bro. I think that there's something about you that you can be proud of, that you can be confident in, and you're probably not giving it enough attention. So what the card I pulled next is the King of Wands. Now, the King of Wands is the air part of fire, and air has everything to do with the mind, intellectual activity. I think that this is really your Leo side. Boom. You said Leo moon, that represents the mind, the conscious mind. There's something about your character, something about your personality. You see the lion on his chest? That's why I say that. There's something about your personality that I think if you really paid attention to, focused on, and enhanced, will make all the difference. All the difference. Oh, that's why. Let me know how we're going with this so far. Let me know how that resonates with you so far. I think that there's something inside of you that you've been neglecting. And once you start paying more attention to that aspect of yourself, and it's probably something intellectual, something about your personality. Kimberly says, it does not work out with me, Gemini man. Well, this is not a Gemini reading. This is a reading for Jose, who is a Cancer. But, it's always good to interject yourself into other people's readings and see if it resonates. It's always good. Or that might have been a part of the conversation for somebody else. I don't know. So, this third aspect we have here. Oh, look who makes a return. The Nine of Swords. I hope this is not the recurring card for the day, because y'all know we be having these recurring cards. This not only makes you emotionally dissatisfied, it looks like this is probably keeping you up at night. This is probably something heavy on your mind. And I know how it is, man. I know how it is. Kimberly Schreier says, I wasn't talking about this reading. It's another conversation. Okay, cool. No beef. Obviously, man, and I've been there. Your question is, will I get a girlfriend this year? First of all, no doubt, you look in that mirror and you find this King of Wands. You look in the mirror and find that lion. Bro, there is no YouTube video you can watch. There's no reading you can purchase. There's no spell you can do. Before you stand in the mirror and you summon up this lion, the Lion King. You're not going to do it until you do this, right? You can let it beat you up. You can worry about it. You can cry about it. You can be stressed out about it. You can be lonely, right? But this is what's going to make the difference, bro. This is what's going to make the difference. And let's round it out. Death. When you bring that Lion King out, you will bring death to your old self. Now, let me tell you a secret. If you are worried about this every single day, always thinking about when will I get a girlfriend, how come nobody wants me, etc., 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 you're literally focusing on that energy, and you're harnessing that energy, and it's becoming a part of you. It's becoming a part of you. And that's what you're putting out into the world. That's what you're putting out into the world. So this is why I'm telling you, you have to deliberately summon this aspect of yourself. You've got to pull your Leo aspect out. That doesn't mean be somebody fake. That means look at yourself in the mirror with an honest eye. Find what it is that you've been neglecting, because you're focusing on the wrong stuff. Find what it is you've been neglecting. Harness that. Like I said, you got to raise yourself up in the mirror. What makes you awesome? What are you funny? Are you smart? Are you talented? What about you do you appreciate? Emphasize that. Stay with that. Make that aspect of yourself grow. And that's how you bring a death to the loneliness, the death to the pain. And don't be stuck on one girl or whatever you're into. Don't be stuck on one person. That's another way to kind of kill this. Because if you're stuck on one person, you're definitely neglecting other opportunities. And when doing this type of magic with love and romance, you never cast it towards an individual person. You make it general, because the universe God, goddess, whatever you want to call this thing, the subconscious mind knows you better than you know you. And if you allow this energy to be directed in a general direction with intensity behind it, the right person that fits the position will come towards you, right? It'll come towards you. So number one, you've got to pull this person out. Number two, don't be focusing on one individual person, right? Keep it open, because you don't know everybody out there. The person you're probably obsessed about is probably not a good fit for you, right? I've done magic to attract a certain person, and I think many of us who have done that magic has found out that the person that we attracted was definitely not what we wanted in the long run, right? So bring out that lion, keep your options open, and focus on something else. Focus on something else, right? Go draw, go make music, go read. Keep your mind occupied with growing yourself, and instead of the energy of being lonely permeating your aura, you'll start to cultivate this energy of being somebody who enjoys life, somebody who's worth getting to know, right? So do that. Let me know how that goes. Let me know how that reading goes. BB Life says, good stuff. I need to incorporate this into my life. I agree. I mean, these are time-tested words, right? I've been through the same thing, right? Late at night crying, oh, when am I gonna get a girlfriend? Oh, I'm so lonely. Everybody else is happy. Everybody else is what about me? What about me? Like, bro, I'm telling you, that permeates the aura. That becomes a part of your essence. Is that what you want as a part of your essence? And what kind of partner do you think you're gonna attract with that as part of your essence? I've been there, done that for a long time. That energy is better spent cultivating your inner light. Because with your inner light, you'll start to attract more people who are suitable for you than you have time for. All right. What else we got? What else we got? Okay, so my Gemini friend, lovely Miss Karen. Good, I love it. So now I get a reading for myself as well, or at least partly, right? So you're Gemini Sun, and you are Capricorn Moon, if I'm not mistaken. You're Capricorn Moon, right? I think the Capricorn's a pretty cool card too. Very mysterious aura about this Capricorn. Is it an aquatic? Is it an air species? Is it a land species, right? Everything, right? Pretty cool. Capricorn knows how to make it work, knows how to get to work, right? On land, air, or sea, all right? So your Capricorn Moon, your Gemini Sun. Let's do it. Now, I don't know if you had a specific question or not. And I'll say this to the chat, like, yeah, I work with magic, all types of magic. Black magic, orange magic, blue magic, green magic, all types of shit. Of course, it's obnoxious when somebody comes in here and says, oh, you need to go to church, read the Bible, Jesus is the way. That's obnoxious, mainly because the person is obnoxious. I have no problems with Jesus, no problems with Christianity, no problems with organized religion, or none of that, right? It's the people. So, you know, saying negative things about Jesus is just as bad as those trolls. Let's keep it professional here if we can. Ain't got no problem with Jesus. And there's a lot of people who, you know, are part of my community who are Christians as well. Now they probably can't tell their church that, but ain't no problem with Jesus. Crystal Oracle says, do you need to be a member to read? Either you can become a member of my channel or you can send me a donation on Cash App. Okay, yes, I'm in my Jupiter return peak this week. Conjunct energies. Okay. All right, we will go with that. We'll go with that. And you know what? I'm going to work with my current favorite deck. Don't let my other decks hear that. I think the Enchanted Witch deck heard that. I don't think she's very happy about that. I'll make it up to her. We're gonna go with this one. All right. So, Jupiter return peak this week. Karen, Gemini, Capricorn. Let's see what we have for you today. Okay, all right. So how do we begin with this? How do we begin with this? I'm in love with this track. I think if you play it long enough, it starts to become tangible, like you can feel it with your hands. So, first and foremost, we've got the Ace of Wands. You know what time that is. You know what time that is. I think for you and me and many of the Gemini suns here, we are feeling this fiery energy that the Pluto movement into Aquarius is really rousing up within us. This is like stem cell spiritual energy. We can apply it anywhere, right? We can apply it anywhere. And what's beautiful about this is I know that we have recently just come out of a period where we were down and we were really not feeling this energy. So the contrast is epic. Now, again, because we're Gemini, we feel stuff from both polarities, right? From one to the next, almost day and night right away. So first and foremost, explosive fire stick spiritual energy, right? So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. We're talking business here. We're talking business here. Now, this esoterically translates to established strength. For those of you who have been on my channel for a long time or who are experienced in evoking spirits, you might see some familiar faces. Established strength, right? This is where the fire is turned into manifestation. The threes represent Bina. Bina is the mother matrix. Bina is Prakriti. Bina is that which gives form and shape to spirit. She's the womb that creates out of the seed of God. So we're talking about this explosive fiery energy, and you're definitely going to be able to utilize it, to package it, to create something to where transaction is moving, fiery transaction. You're creating something and it's being exchanged. It's of value. People are finding value from it, and there's an exchange happening here. MC Maestro. Enchanted Cottage says, is that Daddy Baths? Oh my God. It's funny because I just did a video about Baphomet today. I'm still editing it, but yeah, Baphomet's been coming through incredibly potent today. So yes, that is Baphomet there. Exchange. And for those of you who don't know, right, obviously there's new people here, and they're gonna say, oh my God, it's the devil. It's literally a goat. It's not the devil, you see. But what Baphomet represents is literally the essence of harmony, the essence of balance, right? Oh, he was worshipped by the Freemasons and the right? All that information you got from somebody's YouTube video, you did zero research. Baphomet is literally a picture. It's a picture that represents harmony in all of its aspects, right? Solve et coagula, bringing together and separating, two opposites, masculine and feminine, bringing them together to create, right? You've got the yoga stuff in there. You got the different types of animal. Right? The Baphomet horns, the Baphomet wings, right? You got the combination of different types of animals. What it all represents symbolically, right? Not a person at hell waiting to poke you with a pitchfork. That might be your fantasy. But Baphomet represents the stable harmony in the center. And so to see that here represents stability. There is a stable effort. Look, anyway, look, Dante Zonzo, satanic ass shit. Your brain isn't even ready to comprehend any of this basic information. How did you get here? How did y'all get here? So we've got the Ace of Wands. We've got the Three of Wands. That represents business, established strength. What comes next, right? What are we expecting here for your season? Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups. Now look at this image. Look at this image and tell me what you see, right? What I see is that this woman sits on her throne. Water of water, right? Dante says, I know about this from the Bible. You're a liar. Baphomet is not in the Bible anywhere, first of all. Second of all, Satan is mentioned as an angel, not as a goat man. So you really need to stop typing in this chat. Check it out, Queen of Cups. We're talking about a woman who sits on her throne, who is established, right? And who is she depending on? Who is she leaning on? What I see is her spirit self, her inner self. She's made this connection. She's come to a point of harmony with herself. And I use the word established throne because the threes relate to Bina. So do the queens of the deck. This is a lot of creative energy happening here. And what's awesome is that you've got this masculine force of the fire spirit. You got the triangle, which is the yoni, the feminine, and you've also got the Queen of Cups, the double womb. You see that? You see the water of water symbol? So what's happening here is that these fertile wombs here are ready to accept this fire explosive energy. Gemini stuff. You're set up. You're set up for success. You are set up for success. And check this out. If the Queen of Cups wasn't enough, you got the Queen of Swords here. Now, I see a similarity between these two cards. And notice that she holds the head of this guy. Typically, when you deal with the Vedic deities who are holding an upside down skull, we're dealing with cutting off an aspect of the ego that no longer serves, right? That no longer serves. So it looks like there is a casting away and a purging of a lot of things that you finally come to realize you don't need. And what that's doing is it's making room in this spiritual womb, right? Look, this right here is enough to go around. This is enough to go around, right? This Ace of Wands, masculine, what they call it, lingam, is enough to fill all three of these, and then some, and then some. This is the energy that I'm getting from focusing on your question. MC Maestro says, fertile womb ready to be impacted by an explosive stick. Oh, that reminds me. I got my monster in the freezer. You remember what happened last time? Last time I did a reading, I left my monster in the freezer, and my monster became rock hard. I could not drink it. I'm gonna go grab it before that happens. Hazard Pie says, MC Maestro, I got a Baphomet pendant today. I have never been interested in Baphomet at all, so it was strange I suddenly got one. Yeah, that energy is here. That energy is here. Ramen Noodle 6 says, formerly known as Lucifer. No, sir. No, sir, not the same entity. Very similar, but not the same entity. Ramen Noodle says, Satan was God's favorite angel and was described as even better than the Archangel Michael. So yeah, again, when you really look into the stuff and do your research, none of these entities are the same. Similar for sure, but if your information is limited, especially if it's coming just from, what some pastor dude said, you'll find that when you study, none of those entities are the same. Steppen says, Travis, I can see your I can see your typo. At first I was ignoring the trolls, but it's kind of fun. All right, let me know what you think about this so far. Let me know what you think about this so far. I think we'll pull another one. Ooh, so check this out, Karen. Check this out. Eon. We're talking resurrection. We're talking phoenix. You see that down there? That red triangle represents the fiery fire element. The same as we have here, the Three of Wands, right? And by the way, the Three of Wands is the sun in Aries. That's why you've got the ram here. The son of Aries. Sun in Aries. So this is some not only explosive charging energy, but this is going to be very central. This is going to deal with the ego. It's going to deal with the personality, right? Powerful explosive energy. And to top it all off, Shin, that letter, that Hebrew letter represents spirit, the breath. The reason we have the word Jesus is because the Hebrew letter Shin was interjected right into the middle of Yahweh, right? The name that people call God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Yod-He, Vav-He, that's 4 letters, the tetragrammaton. But when the Shin was introduced, when the breath was introduced right in the middle, instead of Yod-He, Vav-He, it became Yod-He, Shuhua. That's where we get Jesus from. We're talking resurrection, right? We're talking fiery rebirth, phoenix. You have nothing to worry about. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing, right? Shin, breath. Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. Enchanted Cottage says, I've been peeling back the ego's layers. Okay. Stick with it. Stick with it. I like this. And I know you read as well, so you may get some other details that I might have missed. You may see some things that I said or a little bit differently, but overall, I'm getting some not just masculine, but explosive spiritual masculine energy, right? Explosive spiritual masculine energy. And then over here, we have not just the womb, but the queens. We have the queens who know exactly what to do with this energy. Keep it going. Keep it going. Now, I'm going to go grab my monster before it gets too hard. Be right back. Just in time, baby. Just in time. Just in time. All right, Enchanted Cottage says this was on point. Awesome. Awesome. Woo. Okay. All right. I hope that that was an encouraging message. It was an encouraging message for me, that's for sure. I can apply it to myself. Ramanito says Maestro came with the gloves off. Shout out to Maestro, the mighty fist of Gibera, the mighty sword of Gibera, slicing off what does not belong, not in this universe. Cast them into the abyss. Doth. They don't cross the bridge. Maestro says, Jesus said he'd come back by the sword. I intend to deliver. I heard that. I heard that. All right. Let's keep it going. So, got to Jose. I got to Karen. Valera, why don't you send me your sun and your moon, and send me your question. Are you there? Are you there? Valera, are you there? Valera. So we got Valera. We got Steph next. And of course we got Maestro. Valera, Stephanie, Maestro. Now, Valera, that's a beautiful number. That's a beautiful number. I looked on my screen and I saw that. That's a sign for me. That's a sign for me. The amount that you donated. So hopefully here, I can give you a sign of equal or greater impact. Okay, Gemini, Sun, Cancer, Moon. Gemini, Sun, Cancer, Moon. Let's do it. Kev Rose, SS God. Peace, brother. I wonder if some elements of the previous Cancer reading had something for you in it. What a combination here, Gemini, Cancer. I think this might actually be even closer than the previous because I'm Gemini, Gemini. So this one might actually resonate with me specifically a little bit more. Shout out to my Gemini family. And an honorary shout out to my Aquariuses. I love Aquariuses as well. We seem to understand each other the best out of all the signs. But honestly, if you're here, if you're enjoying this live stream, if you're learning something, right? Hell, even if you're just here being entertained, I don't even care. You're here and I appreciate you. Please consider hitting the like button. We got like half as many likes as we do people viewing. Now I'm sure that we got a few trolls, but certainly not half of y'all are trolls. So go ahead and hit that like button if you like this content. If you don't like it, it's cool. Thank you for my trolls. I appreciate y'all. Sunshine Chick, thank you. Anna Molly, thank you. MC Maestro, thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me make sure that I didn't miss your question. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Here we go. He rebuked everybody in Rome. It's funny, man. It's funny. Like, when you come into here and you do that, like, what do you expect is gonna happen? Like, is my phone gonna explode because your prayer is like that powerful? If anything, you should realize how powerless you are. You come in here and type a paragraph and you immediately get deleted and blocked instantly. You have no power here whatsoever. I think that's funny. But for those of you enjoying the show, again, I appreciate you. I'm just scrolling through to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, what should I do with the plethora of psychics trying to read me? Interesting question. What should I do with the plethora of psychics trying to read me? Anna Molly says, I'm part-time mod tonight. Kids are acting up. Hey, thank you for what you're able to do. Jay Baldhill says, Valera, that's me, but opposite. Uh-oh. So let me know how this plays out for you as well, Jay Baldhill. And the potent anger, rage, yet happiness and glee coming through. Okay. Let's see. Starlion says, no love for Pisces. Yeah, I mean, it's love for Pisces, right? My baby mama's a Pisces. So there's a little bit of shadow work I gotta do, but you know, Pisces are cool. Pisces are cool. Every Pisces I've met outside of my baby mama has been pretty cool, so. Nah, I don't have any beef with her. She just had her birthday the other day. So yeah, happy birthday, Pisces. It's Pisces season, right? What to do with the hella psychics trying to read me and tell me about me, and the anger, rage, at childlike happiness energy coming through me. Okay. Okay. Happy birthday to your puppy, Kimberly. Kevin Wise, peace, peace. Interesting. So you got a bunch of psychics like trying to, I guess it sounds like they're trying to manipulate you, but either way, they're disturbing your peace is what it sounds like. Let's see. Maestro says, female Pisces be too damn crazy, but I want the spice. Yeah, I love the fantasy aspect, you know, that's the most fun, but sometimes that fantasy aspect can be... Let's focus on Valera. Gemini, Cancer, Gemini, Cancer, Gemini. With every reading, I'm coming to love tarot more and more. Like, I liked it before, but I don't know. This, to me, is like magic. Like, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what the fuck is going on. For my readers in the building, do y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, can you relate to what I just said there? Where I know what it is, but I also am not certain exactly how. I love that mystery. That's what keeps it so spicy to me. All right, so Valera, Gemini. Let's start here. Let's start here. We got the Four Cups. Four Cups. We're talking about blended pleasure. We're talking about celebration. So, in regards to your question, so far, there very well may be that you have a full cup and you got some thirsty folks around you trying to get a sip. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, right? And we just got finished talking about, you know, the different illusions of the water signs, Pisces in specific. Notice this card, because every tarot card has an astrological representation. What I said in the beginning of this video is that to really understand this science, you've got to study not only tarot, but also astrology and Kabbalah, because they all tie into each other to make each other make perfect sense. In specific, this card has behind it the energy of the moon in Cancer. Now, look at how crazy that is. The first card that I pulled for you, moon in Cancer, you've got your moon in Cancer. You see that? Right? So what I think so far, just off the top, you've got a full cup. What's in that cup? Hey, you know better than I do. But it seems like you've attracted some very thirsty people. You've attracted some very thirsty people here. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. More Cancer energy. I just shuffled the hell out of this deck. More Cancer energy. This time we've got Mercury in Cancer. That comes to the Two of Cups, right? Now this represents love. So far, what I'm seeing as this fleshes out, you're probably the type of person who loves more than they get loved in return. You probably give a lot more than you receive. You're probably somebody who's been hurt a lot because your heart has been so open, right? And this doesn't just mean, excuse me, Venus in Cancer, not Mercury. Venus in Cancer. This is the kind of love that has to, not even necessarily sexual. This is like, perhaps you were the type of kid who was just really open to all types of people. And maybe over time, you've been hurt. But not hurt enough that you have closed yourself off, right? So we've got blended pleasure and we've got love. I'm seeing that this really describes your inner essence. And based on your question, again, it seems like people who are thirsty are trying to get a sip. What else we have here? Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. You've come to a turning point in your life. You've come to a turning point in your life. I'm going to ask if you know your astrology, right? Because if you do, I'm curious to know where your Jupiter is. Where's your Jupiter? What house or what sign? So dealing with this fortune card, we're dealing with evolution here. Evolution. Look at the symbols that you'll find. Of course, in the four corners, we've got the four zodiac signs: Aquarius, Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus. But on the wheel of karma itself, we've got the blending and changing. Hold on. I get a chance to wield the mighty sword. Well, it's not letting me on the phone. Peace, Amar. Okay, so anyways, we've got this wheel of fortune happening right here, right? Evolution. You've reached a point in your life where maybe you're really starting to realize the value of what you have to offer the world right now. Maybe you're realizing what you have. And what I love about this so far, I'm just looking at your energies from an outside perspective, you really do have more than enough to share, to the point that those that are trying to steal and take advantage of, despite their efforts, they're not able to drain you. They're not able to drain you. Okay, you said you have Jupiter and Pisces. Jupiter and Pisces, right? We're talking about this water sign. So this may be something you're experiencing in that house of Pisces that you have. That house of Pisces that you have. I wonder what house it is and what it represents, because we're talking about a karmic change here. The wheel is turning. This is evolution. You know, you've got the monkey mind going round and round in its own loops. You've also got the reptile brain, the subconscious, and you have this transcendental nature of the self, which is a blend of all the animals here. You stay on this path. You stay on this path. Next, we have the Queen of Discs. Now, I spoke earlier about how the Queen represents the matrix, Binah, manifestation, the mother, the womb. Here you got that moon symbol again, which means the water element, the moon, but it's encased within another water element, which is the earth symbol. That yellow square is the earth. This is the watery aspect of the earth element. And here's the goat again, right? Here's the goat again. Remember previously when we talked about the goat, the Baphomet symbolism, we're talking about balance, harmony. We're talking about stasis. We're talking about operating from the center of the wheel as opposed to the outside of the wheel. Look, like I said, this is a transformational time. This is an evolutionary period for your personality. Maybe you're coming to realize what you truly have to offer the world. And maybe, like this queen, you're going to sit on your throne and maybe be more cautious to who you let have access to you, right? Because these people wouldn't be bothering you if they didn't have access to you. I think the issue might be the access that you've been providing them. Queen of Discs, we're talking about the manifest dimension, the material plane, the physical plane. Perhaps your doors are a bit too welcoming. Maybe take that welcome mat off, right? Maybe change some of the ways that these people find you, because it certainly seems like they believe that they deserve access to what you have. And people will be that way if you let them. They will be like that if you let them. They believe that they have access, so they'll take what they can. No, not today. Not after this. Let me know how we're feeling so far. Well, Laura says, I do. I'm sitting on a mint. That's right. Been studying metaphysics and occult for a minute. About to offer my gifts soon. Word to Lilith. Awesome. Awesome. Protect your assets. Protect your assets. Get you, Forrest. Protect what you got. Because it's not time for it to be cashed in yet. You have not yet met the people who this value is most going to benefit. And I say that because you've got so much within you. You've got plenty for yourself. I think that you're looking for someone to share it with. And of course, this could be romantic. This could also be in other ways. You said that you were starting something, maybe a project of some sort. Maybe you're looking to share it with the right people. You've got plenty, but you've got to protect your assets and make sure that you are cautious of who has access. I'm going to pull one more. Emperor, right? So all this feminine energy here, it only makes sense to have a little bit of balance. Notice the triangle that's behind his head very discreetly, right? The symbolism means everything. Look at the 4 pillars that hold this thing up. Why are there 4 pillars? Well, the number of this card is 4. 4 is a very stable number. It's the number of Jupiter again. And where did we see Jupiter previously? Boom. This card represents Jupiter itself. Fortune. Jupiter is expansion. You said that you're sitting on a mint. I wonder if you mean that literally, right? The first thing I said was, I appreciate the amount that you donated to me. It's a very occult number, right? Look at those 4 pillars. And notice how he's being chiseled out of marble. Marble is an extremely stable substance, right? What you're building here is going to last. It's going to last, but you got to make sure that the construction of it is done with careful attention and not just with any old team. This has got to be the right team. The Emperor is a leader. This is the leader masculine energy. This is the divine father, the divine masculine. Visual OD, nice. Visual OD says fortune. The number 4 resonates with you heavy today, does it not? Fortune. Fortune, you feel me? That's your key word right now. Fortune. Valera says, protect my assets with black magic, because I'm not about to play with these Klingons. I heard that. Build yourself a structure to where it is cloaked from any Klingon, right? Build yourself a structure that can't be seen. So great it can't be seen. Let me tell you, some of the best organizations in this world that last for hundreds of years can't be seen by a peasant mind, right? Some people call them secret societies. Some of the best organizations in this world can't be seen by the lower mind, by the animal, by people in their animal nature. Some of the best organizations are built in such a way that those who are not worthy cannot even see it. Build your structure up like that. Build your structure like that so that it's invisible to those. There we go. That's the answer to your question. You talked about these psychics and whatnot. Build up what you have so that it is invisible to these people. Build it up so that it is invisible to these people, right? So where peons, they can't appreciate it, let alone that they can't even see it. Do it like that. Do it like that. MC Maestro says the billionaires with the bald head and sweater. Right. This is billionaire bald head sweater energy right here. This is billionaire bald head sweater energy. All right, Valera, that's what I have for you. That's what the cards have pulled for you. Let me know how that resonates. This is a cool ass deck, isn't it? Isn't it? In it. Gotta love it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, do you wanna come back with Rob to America? To America. Hey, do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, do you wanna come back with Trav to America? To America. To America. Did any of y'all actually listen to that song since the last time? I'm still laughing at that shit. I'm still laughing at that song. Valera says, need to end my lone wolf era. Facts. 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 And here's the thing. That don't mean advertise to every. That just means make sure that you are in the sights of those who you feel are important. Ramen Noodle 6 says, motherfucker, I saw your video of that. Oh, that's funny. MC Maestro said his face was so soft in that video. Oh, the part where he says America and that American flag is behind him. You know how hard I laugh at that every time. It's like that surprised Pikachu face. I love it. Spot on confirmation. Awesome. Awesome to hear. I love it. I love it. I'm telling you, I love doing this. I love doing this. See, I should have done it earlier. Like, I should have been reading all these years, but I just wasn't like confident. Like, I was afraid to do like wrong readings. Like, I didn't want somebody to say, oh no, this is completely wrong, you suck, right? I'm not afraid of that anymore, even if that was the response that I got, because I know what I'm doing. If someone was to say that my reading was trash, I'd question their ability to analyze their own lives. What Kanye say? If you hate me, you hate yourself. You hate me, you hate yourself. Kimberly Schreier says, gotta go all. Bye-bye. Bye, Travis. Bye, Kimberly. Have a good night. Make sure you get your passport. Get your shots. Star Lion says, Ethiopian women are so hot, fam. And I'm Eritrean. What is Eritrean? Awesome, awesome. All right, let's keep going. Stephanie, are you there? Stephanie, do you have your passport? Okay, Eritrea is an African country. Okay, I did not know that. Cecile is here. C-Main, peace. Girl, do you wanna come back with Rob to America? To America. ICKY21 says hello from Poland. How you doing, lads? Y'all still got the walk over there? I took the walk to Poland. Do y'all hate that song? I took the walk to Poland. I don't have auto-tune, so I can't do the walk. Stephanie, I'm stalling because I'm waiting for you to pop up. If you don't pop up, Stephanie, then I'll have to go to the next one. We'll come back to you, but I took the walk. Peace, Kimberly. Have a good evening. To Poland, I took the walk. Valeria says, I'm in the gym pumping iron, getting a reading from one of my favorite master teachers. Life is good. Hell yeah. That is awesome. Uh-oh. Somebody just sent me something on PayPal. Who was it? Oh, there we go. Tokumbo. I got you. I took the walk to Poland. Tokumbo. Stephanie, you still here? Going once, going twice? Stephanie. Menacee El Bay says, peace. Menacee El Bay says, that song is dope and the Drake remix is even better. I haven't heard the Drake remix. I'll have to check that out. To Poland. I'll have to check that out. Star Lion says, shout out, Viper, use cowards. Man, I was listening to that today. Y'all cowards. Enchanted Cottage says, I'm gonna need this soundtrack because it's so calming. Do you have Instagram, Enchanted Cottage, or do you just use YouTube? Okay, Hakeem, got you. Got you. All right, Stephanie, I'm looking for you, Starline says, yo, Trev, your sense of humor made learning the occult fun a few years back. Don't ever change that, G. Appreciate that, my friend. I've seen some dry occultists, and while they can be informative, it's hard to, stay focused on them. I took the walk. I took a nigga to Poland. That's hilarious. Okay, Enchanted Cottage says just YouTube. Okay, I'll send you the link then. Yeah, Hakeem, I got you. Taurus and Leo and Aries. All right, so Stephanie, I'm looking for you. I don't see you. We might have to move on. Ramen Noodle 6 says, y'all, my ex is a Wiccan and I think she might have hexed me or something. How do I counter that shit? Whew, man. Well, I'll tell you one thing about hexes. It's all about planting a seed. And obviously that seed is planted because, you're asking that question here. You got to uproot that seed. Forget all the manifestations of it. Think of it this way. Let's pretend that you've got a garden full of poisonous mushrooms. And you got to get those poisonous mushrooms out of there because they're choking your plants. Now, how are you going to do that? Are you just going to pluck up the mushrooms when they grow? What are you going to do to get those mushrooms out of your garden? Elisha Eternal, peace. MC Maestro says Magical Self-Defense by Dion Fortune. Ace, peace. Whale Pig says something went in my nose in my tomato patch and didn't come out. That's hot. ICKYX21 says burn the garden, plant new flowers. That's one way. Ramen Noodle 6 says, I thought I had to do some counter magic shit to fight it or something. Thanks, y'all. Yeah, that's plucking the mushrooms out. But how do you stop it once and for all? Okay, so Stephanie going once, going twice. Stephanie, I guess we're going to go on to my good friend MC Maestro. Onyx asks, is it in your power to answer 2 questions if I donate twice or donate thrice twice? I'm going to say yes to that. All right, so whatever answer you had to that question I asked you, Mr. Ramen Noodle, make sure that you apply it metaphorically to your situation. We're going to go with Mr. MC Maestro. Oh, there it is. Fearless Aura. Okay, got you. My bad. I see you, Fearless Aura. I had my passport and everything, but I guess I didn't take the walk. But now I have taken the walk and I see you. We're gonna do Fearless Aura. Fearless Aura, what I need from you. Let me see. I feel like I got a reading from you before. Or I gave you a reading before, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Okay, so I need your sun sign and your moon sign. I need your sun and your moon. To America, to Poland, to America, to Poland. Y'all cowards don't even smoke crack. All right. So let's see. Y'all cowards to America, to Poland, to America. Okay. Anna Molly says she said Taurus and Sagittarius moon earlier. Thank you. All right, Taurus and Sagittarius moon. Taurus and Sagittarius moon. Got it. To Poland. Paw Patrol. All right, Fearless Aura. Let's begin. So we've got Taurus as your sun, Sagittarius as your moon. Really cool. And don't forget, Taurus is not by himself. Sagittarius, the sniper, kind of has to be. All right, Fearless Aura. I'm going to assume you're here and you know that it's your turn because I saw you comment a little bit earlier. We're going to go ahead and begin. We're going to go ahead and begin. All right, so we'll do a general. We will do a general. MC Marshall says, I think the trolls are coming in at intervals of 11 minutes tonight, but I haven't gotten it down yet. The science continues. We'll figure it out. We'll crack the code. I was doing some scrolling through a few lives just the other night, and I saw, I think this is just a general thing. Some of these people, because like I've seen, they go to one live stream, make their little feeble attempt, the best that they can communicate with other humans in the race, and they scroll to the next stream and they do the same thing. So I think that's just what they do to kind of feel like they have a sense of value in the world. In other words, they just keep scrolling and doing it. Oh, cars just keep on jumping out. Here's the first one, here's the second one. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, sometimes I think the trolls are bots, but they're worse at night. Yes, I think so too. Of course, some of them are real. They'll ask you to vote for Trump or something like that. Imagine spending the time creating a Christian bot and you just go around, quote, sending out Bible verses and condemning people because you think they don't worship Jesus. Like, I don't know, but I guess people spend their time and their energy on all sorts of things, right? Turn those trolls into wine. All right, so let's see where we are. Let's see where we are here. I'm waiting for you, sweetheart, but I don't see your name anywhere, so I guess we'll just go with a general reading here. Fearless Aura, yes. So, these three cards have jumped out so far. Well, the last one I kind of pulled. But we're going to see what this translates to. So coming up first, MC Maestro says, I read a book about memetics in the modern political scene, so I don't put it past them to pull a massive bot operation. Yeah, especially if you have the resources. I'm sure somebody would be more than happy to do it for money. Eddie Bickham says, first time here, but I've watched a few of your videos. Peace, Eddie. Thanks for coming. So, Miss Taurus, what we begin with here is the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups. This is a beautiful card. It screams of potential. Potential. And what we have here is a well taken care of woman. And perhaps she's taken care of herself or she's being taken care of. What we know is that she enjoys the fine sensualities of life. Look at her dress. And notice that the chalice that she holds is veiled. It's covered. And I wonder what that symbolizes. Most of the time when I have a cup with drink in it, it's unveiled so that I can easily and freely sip from it. But her cup is veiled because what's in there is something that you're not going to find just out on the block. This is something very, very special, very unique, very expensive. And it's not for everyone. Not for most, to be honest. Look at her seashell throne. That's epic. That's epic. What do you see when you observe this? C-Main says energy is given Trav. Nice. This is someone who holds and protects their heart. They hold and protect their gift. And they understand their value. They understand their worth. They know what they're bringing to the table. It'd be nice to share, but it's also not necessary for happiness. This is where we start. What we have next here is the King of Swords. Now this is usually somebody who is in some field of authority or some position of authority. We can be anywhere from a police officer to a military person to a judge. Somebody in a position of authority, somebody with power. Somebody who makes moves and they are not neglected, right? Somebody who makes moves and people follow those orders. Notice the inside of his cape, the stars. Notice his outfit. You've got the clouds. This is somebody whose reach is expansive. They have connections. This is somebody who knows somebody. What a pair. What a pair. Enchanted Cottage says, I gotta roll, y'all. Thanks, Travis, and everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. I hope that you got some value out of your reading, and I will see you soon. I'm gonna leave a comment on one of your videos with the link to the music, so that way you can find it. You'll know it's me. Okay, so as usual, these cards usually represent specific people. I'm gonna say that this is probably you. And it is symbolic that she's actually facing away from this individual. What we have next here is the Three of Pentacles. Now there is something that is being built. There's something being constructed. There's a lot of effort being put into place at building something very important in your life right now. Notice the feathers up above, right? How do you chisel and build feathers? This represents something that is more than just a material structure. This thing has spiritual significance to it. This has spiritual significance to it. This is a craftsman, somebody who understands building structures. Again, with the 3. 3 has been a prevalent number tonight, dealing with the matrix, dealing with the mother, dealing with the womb. It appears that this person who knows her value, who knows her worth, but as somebody said in the chat, the downside is she's often closed off from others. She has to reserve what she has. The same can be said about this individual. In his line of work, in his authority, he has to be careful not to allow himself to be emotionally manipulated. They're at odds. We've got the cups, which represents the emotional significance, and we've got the sword, which represents the intellectual significance. They don't see eye to eye. They're looking in 2 completely different directions, yet they're trying to build something. They're trying to build something that's equally important to the both of them. Fearless aura, are you present? I like to kind of check the temperature to see if we're on the right track. But otherwise, I guess I'll keep kind of just going where the energy flows. Eddie Bickham, you can also donate to my PayPal if you're not able to do Cash App. The good stuff says, I wonder who you're channeling that message for. I just got in here. This is specifically for Taurus Sun, Sagittarius Moon. But if you're close to that, it probably still applies. I'm kind of waiting for some feedback from her. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe she had to step away. But I'm going to go with a 4th card just to kind of get a little bit of clarity. Oh, make that 4th and 5th card. So, wow, another queen. Queen of Swords. So, it looks as if this is either another individual or a shifting of your energy from being someone who is reserved, from someone who is kind of keeping herself to herself. There may be a shifting to kind of acclimate towards this King of Swords, whoever this individual may be. It may seem as if you feel that you have to change yourself to match the energy of the male in this situation. And maybe that's what you're building. Maybe that's what you're working on. Maybe you're working on yourself so that you can open up a bit more. And what we see here is this energy represents conflict, separation even. I want to say that if what is in your mind is that you have to change yourself in order to match, that may not be the most wise move. See, we're all born with different temperaments. Some of us are more emotional, some of us are more intellectual, some of us are more sensual, down to earth, some of us are high-spirited. It's extremely difficult for us to change our inner nature, if not impossible. To do so will often end up in pain as a result. I think that what's happening here is that maybe you've got your energy focused on changing yourself so that you can fit with this energy. And if that is the case, the end result might actually be worse than what the original situation is. The end result might actually be worse than what the original situation is. Based on this reading, based on this energy, what I want to say to you is, even though You feel like you have to change yourself in order to acclimate to this King of Swords. The best answer is going to be to focus on who you actually are. To focus on who you actually are. Like I said, we all have different temperaments. And if the situation just isn't working out, then it just isn't working out. Sometimes things have to come to an end. That's not always the worst option. Now, this could be a business partnership. This could be a relationship. This could be all types of things. I'm just going with what the cards are showing me about the situation. It seems, though, that the way that things are currently, none of this is set in stone. The way that the things are currently, it's going to end in some type of conflict, some type of separation, some type of distance. All right, well, hopefully if you come back, you can let me know what you thought of that. If that resonates with you or if it doesn't, let me know. And suppose we'll go to the next reading. We'll go to the next reading. All right. How we feeling, team? Or squad? Or family? What do people say, family? How we feeling, family? What's up with the fire, water, sword? Okay, well, coming up next, we got my good friend, MC Maestro. General reading. And what you said was Aries, Sun, Libra, Moon. Look at those scales. Libra, Moon, and of course, Gemini, Ascendant. Let's see what we have with this combination. Let's see what we have with this combination. Gemini, Ascendant, Aries, and Libra. Let's see what we've got here with this. Libra on the card, looking sexy. Yeah, I think they did very well with these astrological representations. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna work with the Lon Milo Duquette deck. Let's get it. Let's get it. I had to go to YouTube and search how do you shuffle. I never really played cards coming up. Like, I never really got into spades or poker or none of that stuff. So, like, I literally have zero experience doing this shuffle. That's why it's a little bit slow for me right now. But over time, it'll get faster. I used to just do it the long, slow way by literally just mixing them up. And that works. But I'm trying to figure out how to do this one. Let me see. Ardquark says, loving these tarot readings helps me expand my tarot vocabulary and interpretation, especially across a variety of decks. Thanks, Trav. My pleasure, my pleasure. First and foremost, my channel is about helping to, teach the understanding of occult symbolism. There's a lot of ignorance that's surrounded. I mean, the human race itself is a very ignorant animal. And when a human being becomes very interested in the occult sciences, that is a signal that the soul is waking up it's ready to transcend this matrix. So what I find very fulfilling to me is being a part of that process, helping those who are interested in the science to understand what some of these symbols are all about. So yeah, you're here to get the readings. Hopefully you get some lesson. All right. So, Aries. AXL. That's a Scorpio. Appreciate that, AXL. I got your donation. Scorpio, Libra, Taurus. All right, let's begin. MC Maestro, general reading. Let's see what we have for you. So to start it off, Wheel of Fortune. Things are turning. Now I might be biased because I remember your previous reading that I gave you. Yeah, I remember the reading that I gave you previously. It very well may be that what you're working on here is a result of karmic movement. Fortune, Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter, expansion. We moving, we expanding, we grooving. What else do we have with this? The Empress card most definitely relates to your previous reading. So it looks like this movement is stirring a new creation. This movement is facilitating growth. If the Fortune card is a representation of Jupiter expansion, the Empress card being on the same arc, Venus, the right pillar of the tree, we've got something growing. We've got something very much growing. And this is a beautiful thing. This is something that you very much should be hopeful about. Aquarius, the star, looking above and beyond toward the influences that are filtering down into material consciousness, right? Aardquark says both benefics right out the gate, right? And to be honest, I think all three of these really tie into each other. We've got three major arcana. Previously, I pulled you three kings in a row. Now we've got three major arcana in a row, hinting towards some type of karmic shift, some type of subconscious shift that is stirring, and that movement, right? Previously, I talked about this Knight of Wands energy coming as a result of Pluto moving into Aquarius. And I felt that really strongly with me and a lot of the other Gemini readings that I did. Seeing here that you got this Gemini ascendant, right? I think that this could also be a result of this movement and this stirring that's been caused by Pluto moving into Aquarius. So we've got this turning and churning in the subconscious mind that is leading towards the birth of something new, the gestation of something new, and something beautiful. And it is definitely something to be hoped for, because this is something that is looking above and beyond the sensory plane, right? When I see that card, I look at the stars up above the abyss, right? You can see the stars above the barrier of the abyss. She's looking upwards past Doth. She's looking upwards to the upper tree, the upper triad, the supernal. Instead of goetic spirits, the major arcana are actually in tune with the Qliphothic spirits, the spirits of the tunnels of Set. An indication, if you're into that type of work, might be to look into the Qliphothic spirits of the tunnels of Set that are associated with the Fortune card, the Empress card, and the Star card. And we're not finished with these major arcana, because as this karmic wheel turns, right, as there's the stirring in your subconscious mind, as you're beginning to get these ideas, as you're beginning to receive these downloads from the beyond, you find yourself building new tools to work with. You find yourself building new tools to use to build even more, right? You're crafting and creating your own tools out of what you're receiving. Now that stella that he has on his chest there, if I'm not mistaken, that's the same stella that is present on the Judgment card in this deck. Let me get the book. Because if that's correct, that ties into something else for me. Let me see. There we go. Okay. So this Judgment card here, the Eon, we can see Horus receiving something from someone. I don't know exactly what it is. I just know this is what Aleister Crowley downloaded. And as we can see here, it is definitely the same stella. So what Crowley was trying to tell us with this deck is that this Eon card, this Judgment card, has direct ties to the Magician card. So it looks like the root of this being able to craft your tools to create this new paradigm, the root of all that is the fiery rebirth. The fiery rebirth. MC Maestro says, I think Nowicki had mentioned the relations of those cards too in the white deck. I'm gonna look into that because I'm literally seeing that for the first time. There's a connection here. The root of the Magus being due to the primordial fire of resurrection. Interesting. And to kind of connect all this together, we've got the Prince of Cups. We've got the Prince of Cups. Now, the Prince of Cups is certainly a good student. Nope, excuse me, I'm thinking about the page. This is the air aspect of water, so we're dealing with the king. This is the King of Cups. This is the King of Cups. So the King of Cups is somebody who is established in their ways, and they can enjoy the luxuries and the comfort of their work, right? I mentioned before, you can think of the king on Aladdin, right? Princess Jasmine's father, right? Or the mayor from Powerpuff Girls. He's done his work, he's chilling, and he's literally just enjoying the show while everything around him is managed and maintained by other people. I think that this might be the end result that you're looking towards. Perhaps these tools that you're crafting based on what you've received from the other side, perhaps these tools that you're crafting are to build such an empire where you can chill. Let me know how that goes for you so far. MC Maestro says, I call myself after a certain sultan as well. Yeah. Art Quark says, wow, this is a powerfully transformative spread. Yes, it is. Right? The major arcana energy here certainly means that what you're working on here, it's as if you're going beyond the natural path of karma, right? Most people who are not doing magical work, they're following a specific path of karma, uneventful, right? What's going to happen to them is going to happen to them. Usually when they read their astrology or tarot reading, it's kind of set in stone unless they go through some type of transformation internally. Most people don't. But people who are practitioners, when we begin to reach deep into the subconscious and actually start working with these energies, we start making major moves on the karmic plane. Hopefully that's the move of burning a lot of karma, but sometimes when we're not careful, we can incur more than we would have gotten if we never dabbled with this stuff in the first place. But it seems like there are most definitely some stirrings going on behind the scenes. That's what I see with all these major arcana cards. And I think that the end result for you is to really be able to kick back and chill and enjoy life. Early retirement, in other words. Like I said, whenever I see that card, I often think about the king from Aladdin, right? Not the king from The Little Mermaid. The king from Aladdin. Mayor Townsville. MC Maestro says, I actually have a sultan on my ancestor altar too. Nice. DB31, peace. Okay. So in other words, the work that you're doing currently, it seems like it's still on the right track. It seems like it's still very much on the right track. There's much to be hoped for. Continue creating and crafting the tools. And listen to what I'm saying. You're crafting the tools to create the kingdom. You're not working on the kingdom yet. You're crafting the tools. And dare I say, that might be even more important, because even though a master craftsman can produce great things even with basic tools, having the right tools goes a long way to help reduce the cost of spent energy, right? So it looks like so far, the tools that you're crafting for this job are coming from an educated place. Not educated intellectually, but educated spiritually. Looking across the abyss, karmic stirring, with the end result of being able to relax and enjoy life without struggle and stress and having to make ends meet. Get the money. Chief Keef says, I act like every reading is directed towards me. They all resonate. Very cool. Peace, Philip. Lotus O'Drake, peace. Welcome. Lotus O'Drake says, you doing readings for practice, friend? LOL. Always. Everything is practice, right? Surgeons and doctors. That's what they do when they go to the hospital. They practice. You got to practice to keep yourself sharp and to give you an excuse to continue learning. So to answer your question, absolutely. Study and practice. Because it ain't enough to just do it for myself. Oh, what we got here? Ain't enough to just do it for myself. Loss and pleasure, illusionary success. I think that one might apply more to me or to you. All right, so Maestro, I just finished with your reading, and next we have Hakeem. Hakeem, are you present and accounted for? Let me know. Hakeem, you are Taurus. Taurus sun. Leo moon. And it seems that you also have an ascendant on the Aries side. Bam, bam. All right, Hakeem is present. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. We're gonna go with you. Taurus, Leo, Aries ascendant. Taurus, Leo, Aries ascendant. Peaceful, Laura. You have a good night. And remember to protect your assets. Keep access limited. Need to know basis. All right, I'll probably do two more or so. So if you want to be in the next two, right now I got Hakeem, and then I've got AXL. If somebody else wants another reading after that, we'll continue going, but probably gonna wrap it up soon. Philip, peace. Philip says, how much are the readings, Trav? Make a donation. I would prefer if you were to send something around the $20 or $30 range, give or take. Something around the $20 or $30 range, give or take. You can shoot that to my Cash App. But coming up next, we've got Hakeem, followed by AXL, who is a Scorpio. And then if anybody else decides that they want a reading, we'll wrap it up there. Cat's passionate perspective. Peace. Okay, Evo 7. Gotcha. Evo 7. All right. Let's begin, shall we? I think we will go with the Modern Witch. Hakeem, how do you feel about the Modern Witch? Or do you want a different deck? You let me know. Jose Munoz says, question, is using spray sage or Florida water just as effective as burning sage in regards to cleansing your home? I want you to think about the symbolic aspect, right? So when you're dealing with burning sage, you're dealing with fire, right? Because here's the thing, you can purify with all four of the elements. You can burn with fire. You can cleanse with air, and that's typically incense, sage, and that kind of thing. You can also use water to cleanse, right? You use water to cleanse your body, don't you? You can use water, and you can also use earth, right? All four of the elements can be used to cleanse. The decision for what you're doing determines on what you're trying to cleanse, right? What you're trying to cleanse. I think it'd be extremely unpleasant to use fire to cleanse your body, your physical body, right? It'd be extremely unpleasant to use fire. However, it is very pleasant to use water. What is it that you're trying to cleanse? What you're trying to cleanse is what's going to show you what the best element to use is. You asked if you should use Florida water or if you should burn some earth. Well, I don't know what it is that you're trying to cleanse, but intuitively think about what it is that you're trying to cleanse and apply the right element to it. And if it's difficult to tell which one is which, check this out. Each of these elements also apply to one of the senses. If you're trying to cleanse tactile vibrations, like physical, if you're trying to cleanse something physical, you'd go with using earth. If you're trying to cleanse something of taste, you'd go with water. If you're trying to cleanse something visually, you'd go with fire. Right? So smell, yeah, not tactile, this is smell. So when it comes to smell, you'd use something earth, like incense. Something taste would go for water. Something visual, you'd use fire. And then of course, like tactile, sensory, you'd use air. Just cleansing the environment as part of a spiritual hygiene. Well, yeah. Like I said, is your environment something visual? If it's visual, maybe fire might be good for you, which would go to burning sage and whatnot. Peace, C-Main. Peace. Have a good evening. All right, let's go. Taurus, Leo, Aries. And did you have a question, or was this mostly general? Oh, got somebody jumping out already. Who is it that jumps out? Here we go. Okay, Hakeem Lamidi says, I had a dream correlating with your last reading. Awesome. Ella, peace, welcome. Ella says, how are you? I'm a Scorpio. Do you have a Scorpio? The next reading will involve Scorpio. Not necessarily a Scorpio sun. Nope, I take that back. The next reading is a Scorpio. If you stick around, you might hear that. But if you want a specific reading for yourself, just shoot me a little something on the Cash App. But the next reading has to do with a Scorpio person. So, let's begin. Hakeem says that he had a dream correlating with my last reading. All right. So first off, what jumps out of the deck as I'm shuffling this here is the sun. Now, I can say a lot about that, but I'd like to get the rest of, I'd like to get at least some more cards going, just to kind of get some context here. But what we can already say is that we're dealing with something fresh, something new. Think about the dawn of a new day, or the beginning of the season of summer, right? The blossoming, the fruition, enjoying the climax of something. But let's see where we go here. Knight of Wands, our best friend on this stream. So yes, most definitely, it looks like you have started something new. Not started recently, but something that you have begun is finally starting to show results, finally starting to show fruit, finally starting to blossom. Looks like you're finally starting to cash in on some investments that you've made. Something that you have started a while ago is finally showing itself. Now here's the awesome thing. It doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. In fact, you're really thinking now about utilizing this new expansion. And like I say, it may be money, it may be energy, it could be any type of thing. But typically it's going to be in the realm of Resources. New resources are finally starting to prove themselves, and you're in a position right now where you're really looking to try to figure out what direction you want to invest these resources in. Let me know how we're going so far, Hakeem. You're looking what direction you want to invest these resources in. You're being cautious of what the next step is you want to take for yourself. And this shouldn't be strange territory dealing with your Leo moon. Your mind is already kind of prepared for this, so it's not something that's overwhelming you, right? With your Leo, with your Aries ascendant, again, this is nothing foreign to you. You were in a way built for this. I mean, we could even point to your Taurus, right? All of these signs that you have, your sun, your moon, and your ascendant, show that this is something that you were prepared for, that you've probably been working on for a while. Finally starting to show some fruit. The Hanged One. So, because you're finally starting to see movement, progress, dividends, it's having the natural result of causing you to really reflect on this from a different angle, to really see this from a different angle than what you were looking at it before it started. We've been in that position before. Whenever you have dreams and you have ambitions and goals and you make plans based off those dreams, but then it actually starts to happen, right? It actually starts to come true. It actually starts to show physically. That can have the effect of making you really rethink your plans, not in a bad way, but it's like, whoa, this is really happening. Now, where do I go from here? What do I do with this now? What do I do with this now? So this is what I'm seeing here so far. Let's continue. Ten of Cups. Ten of Cups. The beautiful thing is, like I said, you were built for this. You were built for this. Taurus, right? Stability. Taurus. One who's able to enjoy the environment, the nicer things, the finer things within your environment, food and luxury and that type of thing. Whatever this energy that's flowing in and blossoming right now, right? You were built for that. And it looks like that's exactly where this is leading to. This is exactly where it's leading to. The good thing here is I don't see any signs of fear and doubt. I don't see any signs of fear and doubt. You might be kind of curious, well, how long is this going to last? Or is this really something that I can count on and be solid about? You might have certain feelings like that, but they don't really gravitate into the realm of doubt. Like I said, you were built for this. You know that the sun is shining on the opportunity that you've taken advantage of. You might be seeing things from a different angle now, but all signs are pointing to this is something that you're going to be able to enjoy with the people that you're working with. It doesn't look like it's a solo thing. Maybe you've got a team. Maybe you've got, maybe this is with your family. But there are other people, it seems like, that are also a part of this. And this is something that you're going to be able to enjoy with the combined relationships here. Just to kind of round it all out, the Hermit. The Hermit. Now, I always love to see the Hermit card come up in a spread like this because it shows a sense of maturity. It shows a sense of maturity. You've invested. You're getting the energy coming through. You're able to point it in the direction that it needs to go in. And instead of letting it overtake you and take advantage of you, as it is very easy to do being an earth sign, instead of letting it take over, you're able to shift your perspective and see this thing from a helpful, mature point of view. Now, yes, it's going to lead to the place you started doing this for in the first place, with the added benefit of you being able to take a step back and really calculate, to really analyze, to use your head, cool logic, as opposed to being overtaken by your emotions. Let me know what you think about that so far, Hakeem. Let me know if that makes sense. Jose Munoz, what I would say, because like, you know, I could have just said, hey, do this, but instead I gave you options. And what I think, because just judging off of and based off of the questions you've asked before and the readings that you've done, you said that you wanted to learn about this stuff. So what I would suggest is you pick one and try it. Just pick one and take note of the effect that happens. That's the best way to learn how to work with these energies, how to work with the occult, how to work with magic, left hand path or right hand path. It doesn't matter. There's two aspects to the path in general. There's study and there's practice, right? We can study all day long, but if you don't practice, it's not really knowledge that's applicable. And you can practice all day long without study, and that isn't going to create wisdom. What creates wisdom is being able to study the information and practice it, apply it. So pick one of the options that I gave you, pick one of the options that you know of, and test it out. See what happens. If you find out it works excellently, keep doing it. If you find out that it works poorly, maybe swap it with a different one. If I just tell you what to do, that kind of robs you of that experience, you know? In fact, if you just go to anyone to tell you exactly what to do, it kind of robs you of your experience. Everyone's magic is independent and individual. Not independent, but individual, right? So you're going to learn your way by trying different things out. Katrina Stevens says, hello, how can I get a reading? You can donate to me on Cash App or PayPal if you can't do Cash App. Hakeem Lamidi says, good, you're right. Now this reading just gives me more confidence. Thank you so much, Travis, for both readings. Awesome, brother, awesome. Like I said, I love the fact that the Hermit card appears because there are signs that this is group work. You know, you probably don't want to, talk about what it is over this internet, but it seems like this is something you're doing with a team or at least a partner. Things are coming through better than you expected. Now you guys, or you, are really just kind of stepping back and asserting what direction you want to go in. And the good thing is, it's leading you back to yourself so that you can make sure that you're on top of your emotions and you're on top of your temptations and you're really managing these resources correctly. Like I said, you're built for this already. This is nothing new to you. Your energy is literally the type of energy that would be perfect for handling this situation. Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool beans. Okay, awesome. So we got that. That's a good reading. That's a reading that shows excellent promise. Let me know how that evolves for you, Hakeem. Let me know how that evolves for you. Because I remember in the past you had mentioned something about, I want to say stocks or crypto. But yeah, if you feel so inclined, let me know how that turns out for you. Next we've got Evo 7, or I should say AXL. AXL. Okay. Trading in general. Awesome. All right. Evo 7. Here we go. Evo 7, did you have a question specifically? Or did you have, did you want this to be more like a general thing? Right now we've got Scorpio Sun. Scorpio Sun. Libra moon and Aries ascending. Haha, what I'm secretly doing is comparing the sun, moon, and ascendant of the people who view my channel so I can get a good idea of the type of person who frequently is attracted to my content. Uh-oh, Taurus ascendant. Oh, right. Okay, my mistake. When I wrote Scorpio, Libra. Oh, okay. The T was small. I wrote TAU and it looks like ARI. Thank you. Taurus. Whoop, Sagittarius. There he is. There we go. God see everything. He especially sees your terrible grammar. Stop this, God is watching. Do you say that same thing when you're masturbating? Stop this, God is watching. You say that when you're watching Pornhub? All right, Scorpio, Sun, Libra, Moon. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna go back to the Lon Milo Duquette. Do it, just do it. Has anybody ever heard of an 80s band called Dead or Alive? Dead or Alive? Lotus Drake says, you have a lovely evening, Trav. You have a lovely evening. You have a great, lovely evening. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope that you have a super pleasant time. I love me some Dead or Alive. I think I know like 3 of the albums by heart. All right, somebody just popped out. We've got the star of the night, Fortune. Let's see what else we got. Peace, peace. Have a good night, Lotus. All right, so Evo. All right, so once again, we find ourselves in a karmic position. All right, I got you, Katerina. Got you, Katerina. So we find ourselves in a karmic situation. There's a big change here. There's a big change. Life has ups and downs. Stuff happens every day. But every now and then, there's what I call a karmic event. And that doesn't mean that it's something possibly huge like the Thanos snap. Oftentimes, a karmic event could be you in the grocery store and you're waiting in line and you happen to see somebody with a certain shirt and it triggers an unlocked memory and it sends you on a whole new rabbit hole. When I say a karmic event, I'm thinking about that because it has such a wide and deep impact. right? Not just a surface level impact. It's something that impacts you on the subconscious level and actually stirs up a change beneath the surface, right? So this doesn't have to be like a car accident or something major. This is literally something that really shifts the conscious mind by way of the subconscious mind. You can see that by observing these two creatures that are on the wheel below the Sphinx. Like I said before, the monkey mind and the reptile mind. These are two aspects of the mind that are very difficult to control by the conscious mind. They have their own way. They have their own way of intelligence. See, the human being is more than just its tiny conscious mind. The human being is much like an iceberg, where the top of that iceberg is the evolved mind of man, but underneath that is the animal mind, what's called the animal soul, the nefesh. And this part is what regulates a large aspect of what we do. The same way that if the wind is blowing an iceberg on the tip, it doesn't really change direction because the currents of the water are pushing that huge mass in the opposite direction. So when I say a karmic event, I'm speaking of something that's moving the currents of the iceberg under the surface. That's where we're at with this to begin with. So this karmic event that has just happened to you or is about to happen, you can tell me in the comments if it's happened recently or if it's on the way. That karmic event is about to lead to a major change on the surface. And it makes sense, right? If we can picture this iceberg, I guess I should get a picture of an iceberg to show. But if we picture that iceberg, like I said, the wind might be blowing the top of that iceberg to the east, but it's not going to change direction because the currents are pushing the flow in the other way, right? So when we talk about death, what we're talking about in this case is a shifting of the direction of that iceberg. Maybe you were heading in a certain direction, but something is happening right now. Something is stirring to shift you in another direction. In another direction. These are major arcana cards. Once again, this is a karmic event. This is not just a passing thing. This is a big deal. This is going to change the way that you see the world. This card is ruled by Jupiter, or I should say that it represents the energies and the essence of Jupiter. This card represents the essence of Scorpio. So we've got expansion, we've got abundance, and we've got extreme transformation. Could this abundance create an extreme transformation? Can this abundance create an extreme transformation? Let's see where we're going with this. Queen of Discs. Queen of Discs. A lot of queens in tonight's readings as well. A lot of queens in tonight's reading as well. So what happens here is that this karmic transformation that you are currently undergoing, right? Because this stuff, it usually gradually rises, climaxes, and then kind of goes down. Lance Thomas says, Queen of what? This is the Queen of Discs, Queen of Pentacles. So when we talk about the Queen of Pentacles, we're talking about the watery aspect of Earth. We're talking about the aspect of Earth that is pliable, right? What aspect of your tangible reality is pliable? What aspect of your tangible reality is malleable like clay? Are your finances malleable? Is your body, is your physical body malleable? All right? Analyze what aspect of your physical nature, your malkuth, is able to shift, because that's what's going to be transforming. That's what's going to be shifting. You tell me. You tell me. But we ain't finished yet. We ain't finished yet. So we've got this stirring underneath the surface. Now, in the last reading, I said he was built for it. Guess what? You're built for this too. Scorpio, this is your card. When I pulled this, you didn't get scared. right? There are some people, if they see this come up in a reading, the first thing they think is they're gonna die. I know you didn't get scared, right? This is your card, Scorpio, LVX. The essence behind this is what you're all about. You're here to transform things, to change things. And if that's the case, ain't no better place to start than yourself. Ain't no better place to start than yourself. Underneath the water, underneath the surface, the iceberg is shifting in a different direction. That's inevitably going to put an end to some things, and it's going to create new avenues and new opportunities for other things. Now, that's going to manifest on the physical plane. What aspect of your physical life is the most malleable? Moss Taylor says, what's the answer? Are they all malleable? Well, this is subjective for the person who I'm reading for. They know exactly what I'm talking about as I say this. Right? It depends on context, like MC Maestro says. The individual who I'm reading for, Evo, you know what stands out for you in your manifest world that is changeable. Think of it this way. If that heavy mass is shifting, for lack of better words, we could say the weakest link is going to be the first aspect to break, right? Not that we're talking about breaking things, but that's going to be the first aspect to feel this change. And this is good, right? Your Libra nature is definitely going to be able to balance this and make it work. Make it work. So check this out now. 3 of Cups. Abundance. Abundance. So this is the first minor arcana card that we get, right? And I said specifically you in your life because, like I always say, typically these court cards represent the individual. We're looking at abundance here. We're looking at abundance, and this represents Mercury in the sign of Cancer, right? So think about Cancer type energy. We can say protection, we can say nurturing, we can say one who is intuitive with a propensity to be psychic. And Mercury there, the speedy planet, the planet that's able to move and flow and go from here and there, that thrives on the anxiety that fuels the body of a rabbit when it's trying to go from place to place. That type of fiery energy moving around in the sign of Cancer, that's going to result in abundance. Because this is a card of service. This is a card of service. This change is going to allow you to help someone or a group of people in such a way that it's going to be extremely beneficial to you. Extremely beneficial to you. Here we go. The Fool card. The Fool card. So what we're talking about here now, what we're talking about here now is your ability to take all this and just go. See, some of us need to sit down and calculate. Some of us need to kind of structure it out, plan it out. Some of us need it to be perfect. What you're going to get as a result of all this is freedom, liberation. Like I said, it's a karmic event. You're reaching a part and a stage in your life where you're going to be able to move without the constraints that previously caused you to be a lot slower. It's time for you to do what you know you're supposed to do, and do it freely and abundantly, overflowing, because that's what you're here for. This is a transformation that's going to allow you to be yourself and do what you want to do. Evo says, I definitely overthink way too much, bro. I become paralyzed. And maybe it's time to go ahead and make that part of yourself malleable. I'm showing the Tatwa. That's the watery aspect of the earth. Make that part of you that becomes paralyzed, right? That's the earth element. And look at the yellow here in the background, right? Look at the movement. Look, this is a yellow square, and look at how he's moving within, in the air, right? This is the air. Make that part of you that gets stuck and paralyzed, transform that. That is the clay that you're working with now. That is the clay that you're working with now. L'Sange des Côtes, good evening. L'Sange des Côtes says, it's like you're speaking to me. I think I am. All right, all right. Let me know how that sounded for you, Evo. Let me know if that resonated with you. Let me know if that actually touched on an experience that you're currently having. When we kicked off this reading, we were talking about the full moon that's on its way here in 3 days. I think that most all of these readings are pointing to what's happening from now to then. Let me know how that was. Evo7 says, absolutely. I get from this that I need to just dive in. Precisely. And to be quite honest, as what we know with the tarot and the Kabbalah is that it's a repeating pattern. This Malkuth is also a Kether, and this Kether is also a Malkuth. The beginning and the end are interchangeable. Maybe that just diving in is what's going to start this wheel turning, leading to a transformation of a physical aspect of yourself. That could also include the mind, the ego, the personality. And here we have abundance. We have abundance, which may lead to you to make a reinforcing pattern that leaping out and taking a hold of life is what grants this abundance. Remember, I said Mercury in Cancer. So there's a lot of movement. I spoke about a rabbit jumping and running to and fro. This is what you need now. L'Sange des Côtes says, I know what is the most malleable aspect of my physical experience. I became aware of it and how to use it. It's like consciously maintaining an awareness of degrees to be able to flow smoothly. Yes, yes. To flow smoothly. Cool. All right, all right. So Katerina, are you here? Are you present? Are you present, Katerina? So Katerina, I have Aquarius Sun for you. Aquarius Sun, Scorpio Moon, and Virgo Ascendant. Interesting combination. You're welcome, Evo7. Katerina, let me know if you're here. Let me know if you're here. Okay, yes, I'm here. Awesome. Okay, so Aquarius Sun, Scorpio Moon, Virgo Ascendant. Do you have any specific question or concern, or is this more like a general reading that you're looking for? And unless somebody else books a reading, then this will be the last one for the night. Tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be going live. We're going to be talking about some occult education stuff. And then on Saturday, we will continue with our book reading. That book reading being Apprenticed to Magic by W.E. Butler, The Path to Magical Attainment. Now, this book is a pretty serious deal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be selling for $500. We can think about an initiated occultist who is well into his path, able enough to teach. And you can think of letters between teacher to student, helping the student to understand the magical path. This is what we're doing. Saturday evening. So be there. Oh yeah. Okay. So Katerina Stevens says general. Okay, let's do that then. Let's do that. Let us do that. Thank you, MC Maestro. This environment is very unsuitable for those types. You know, all types of nature can be savage. You ever seen a crab tear apart its prey? Or even a fish? Like, a lot of these animals that we eat, they could be pretty savage with their food as well. We have to think of these things as harmless, but man, nature knows how to deal that swift sword. If there's one thing nature knows, it's how to deal with that swift sword. Maestro says, I watched a fish lobotomize a crayfish. And yeah, it's not just lions and tigers. Like, all creatures who eat each other can be quite savage. It's a natural part of this dimension. We had a card fall out. Speaking of which, so Katerina, we begin with Eight of Swords. Eight of Swords, which is shortened force. So let's talk about what this means. This card is exemplified. Oh gosh. Hazard Pie says bunnies disembowel and bite off testicles. Sheesh. Okay, so Eight of Swords, shortened force. We're dealing with Jupiter and Gemini, and this is why it's called shortened force. Gemini is a sign that is known for being scattered, because we're talking about the air, right? The air, if it's not constricted, literally just goes out and expands into infinity, right? That's the nature of air. That's why air signs like yourself, Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra, we're known to be scatterbrained sometimes. We're known to flit from one topic to another topic, one subject to another subject. We're known to be all over the place. And that can be our strength. Because in the process of us jumping to and fro, we gather a lot of data and a lot of information from a lot of different places. That's the beauty, right? Now, with you being a Virgo ascendant, that's probably one of the things that most people know you for. Being somebody who knows the details. Being somebody who's got an open mind. And you can also back up some of the stuff that you say. Not some, all, right? In fact, you wouldn't even bring it up if you couldn't back it up. Back that thing up. So when we talk about the Eight of Swords being the Lord of Shortened Force, we're talking about that Gemini energy that is scattered everywhere, and there's Jupiter behind it. So what that means is Jupiter's the planet of expansion. Jupiter is the planet of expansion. So what we see happening here is that there's a lot of energy invested in this particular air sign of Gemini. But since it is not bound anywhere, since it doesn't have a destination, all of that energy kind of just scatters. So while it could be a powerful laser beam, if concentrated, it's spread out. So it's more just like a light bulb in a room. So what we're dealing here is shortened force, Jupiter and Gemini. To start this reading off, we've got a lot of mental energy. You've got a lot of ideas about a lot of things. You've got a lot of potential, right? You've got a lot of focus, but the focus is kind of scattered. You're kind of scattered right now. And unfortunately, that has you in a position where you're not able to make as impactful of a move as you would like to. As always, stick with me in the chat. Let me know how we're going so far. But here's the thing. You and me, we kind of resonate on that together because that provides a sense of hope for you. Hope is the key word for this card, the star. Now, every tarot card has behind it astrological, planetary, and elemental significance. And look at what is behind the star card. It is Aquarius. This is the card of Aquarius. So like I said, this is actually your strength. This scattered mind, where to others, it will be a weakness, but to you, this is how you spread out and learn about the world. This is how you stretch your wings and acquire data, right? By pulling different pieces of data about so many different things, this is how you build up your library. This is how you build up your understanding. This is a good thing. Death. So there's a massive change coming due to some recent information that you've gathered and due to some of the topics that have been on your mind lately. Some of the things that you have been gathering data about and spreading energy towards, where before it was kind of just like loose grabbing and jumping here and there. It seems like something recently that's caught your attention, something recently that you've been investing your time and energy into, is actually getting through and breaking the surface of just trying to be entertained or just trying to be curious or even nosy. You found something that's actually impacted you on a deep level. So let's see where we go with this next. 5 of Discs. Material trouble. So the energy behind this card is Mercury in Taurus. Now here's why it's material trouble. Because Mercury is the very energy of that going to and fro. Think about the god Mercury or Hermes. He's known as the messenger. Think about the Flash from DC movies. He's fast. He's running to and fro everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. The problem is that sign is in Taurus now. So this energy represents the desire and the natural inclination to move, but now you're stuck in the most fixed position possible. This is the worst place for Mercury to be. Trapped, contained. Trapped, contained. And what this manifests as is on the physical plane, things seem to break. Things might get lost. Money might seem to be going down the drain. Something isn't quite adding up. And as you scramble and scramble and scramble, you're kind of missing the point that the idea right now is to be still. Is to be still. Not to run, but to really slow down and analyze what's happening here. To take advantage of that Virgo aspect of yourself and analyze what's happening here. Chariot. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So look, from all that movement, we've got the very essence of movement in the first place, the Chariot. Now the Chariot isn't simply just a vehicle. The Chariot is the card that's represented by Cancer. The Cancer symbolized as the breastplate, the covering of the heart, the armor, right? The protector, the nurturer. Even though your strength is in movement and your strength is in jumping and running and going from here to there, this subject, that subject, there's another strength that you might be overlooking, that you might be missing. And that is the strength to bunker down, to be still, and transfer that movement to another plane. Here's what I mean by that. Perhaps all the movement that you're doing is simply in your head. It's simply in your head. And you feel trapped and you feel contained because you've got all these thoughts and all these ideas, but nothing's happening. Maybe it's time to shift that movement to the physical plane and actually start moving with your body. Maybe it's time to start going to the gym. Maybe it's time to start working on that project. Maybe it's time to start making moves, right? Because we talk about the shortened force. This is an intellectual card. This is happening in the mind. This is happening in your head. Maybe it's time to transfer that movement to the physical plane. Maybe that's what this change is about. Maybe it's time to shift the direction. Matthew Watson says, hey Trav, have you ever seen anyone with a Gemini sun and moon? Yes, myself. I am a Gemini sun and moon. Other than me, no. I think it'd be really cool to meet somebody like that, though. Then I can ask them a bunch of questions. See if they've achieved time travel yet. So, Katerina, let me know how this sounds to you so far. How does this resonate with you so far? MC Maestro says, I have achieved time travel thanks to you. Man, that's so cool. I've achieved some other things that I thought weren't possible. Like being able to deal with myself in a separate body. Matthew Watson says, got that in my chart, and my Mercury is in Gemini as well. I was just thinking of Flash and how my mind operates, so I know this reading has something I need. Wow. Your Gemini sun and moon? Man. Katarina Stevens says, on point, my mental is everywhere. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Jupiter and Gemini, it's expanding in every direction. And while that's great, if it could be laser focused, it's scattered. It's scattered. So part of the reason why Jupiter in Gemini is short in force is because it's happening on the mental plane. The swords represent the mental plane. Now, if this was happening on the physical plane, you'd be talking about massive abundance, because the physical plane is the container for expansion, right? Expansion, most of the time, is a good thing on this planet if it's controlled and directed by the conscious mind. It's what nature excels at. And here's the problem here, because Mercury rules Gemini. So in a way, these two cards here work together. Mercury expanding in Taurus is causing trouble because, again, Mercury, that yellow, that signifies the mental plane. The green represents the physical plane. So again, those ideas are circulating and running and running and running. But if only they were grounded, if only they were grounded, if only they were transformed. That's what this card represents, transformation. Scorpio, that's your moon sign. If only those mental energies were grounded, right? Because see, here's hope. Hope is you looking up into the stars and coming up with these awesome ideas to save the world, to create these new inventions. You're looking into the stars and you are pulling down so many downloads about what you could do to make the world a better place, to make your world a better place. Like you see things and you think about how you can do them better, right? You've got all these dreams, all these visions, all these ideas. You do. But you have got to bring them down and ground them. Thank you, MC Maestro. MC Maestro says, you know what? I got something for the people. I might need one for myself too. Hold up. Uh-oh. Take that energy that you're pulling down. Take those ideas. Take all that inspiration that you're pulling down from the heavens, from the stars, from the higher realms. Take that. Build something with it. Create something with it. Create something with it. Create something with it. Thank you, Maestro. So you want to do another reading? Is that what it is? God bless America. Let me know what you're trying to do. Let me know where we're going with this. So I got my passport. I got my shots. I mean, not really. Just singing the song. Katerina Stevens says, okay, thank you. Great reading. Awesome. Awesome. So that, and here's the thing. I like to leave you with a practical step, not just like, oh, this is what's happening. The practical step to all this is to take your ideas and plant them. Plant them so that they make sense. Plant them in the ground. Do something. Take all that energy of the mind and put it into your actions. Do something with it. See what you create and see how it transforms you. See how it transforms your world, and see how that frustration turns back into hope. Remember I said that this card, the big meaning behind it is hope. Hope. Butter Slug says, if you can tell me my salary within... Oh, never mind. I guess it wasn't important. Yeah. Cool. All right. So MC Maestro, was that another reading? And thank you, my friend. I can't wait to see what is in source book number 2. Source book number 2. I can't wait. Anna Molly makes a return, brandishing her sword, her fiery red sword. Okay. MC Maestro says first a reading for the collective, second a reading for me. Let's do that. Anna Molly says I've been moderating my kids all night. Oh my god. Yeah, you know. Real life, it happens. Real life. So we're doing a reading for the collective. Right now the sun is in Pisces. Piscus. Where that moon at? Where that moon at? I'm pretty sure it's in Cancer still. I'll have to verify it though. I'm pretty sure the moon right now is in Cancer for the collective, right? Thank you, MC Maestro. Everybody say thank you to MC Maestro for purchasing a collective reading for all of you. I'm gonna go verify where the moon is. If it's in Cancer, that's the natural place of the moon right now. Dub VT, peace, my friend, peace. Hope all is well. Elisha Eternal says came back just in time. Elisha Eternal says it's in Leo. It moves fast. You're absolutely right. It does move fast. Now the moon is in Leo. Pisces. Imagine typing all that up. That is hilarious to me. And it gets swatted away like a mosquito that doesn't get to bite. The mosquito doesn't even get to penetrate the skin. And you get splattered immediately. I hope you stayed here long enough to hear that. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Collective reading. Collective reading. Maestro says the Holy Spirit illuminated me to do that. I'm sorry. Right? Pisces sun, Leo moon. This is the collective reading for all of you. For all of you. And me too. Yummy, yummy. I love it. You guys are the best. If I just make this long comment, maybe somebody will see it. Maybe somebody will change their ways and I'll make a breakthrough if I just post this long, passionate comment about Jesus. Instantly deleted. Person says, Travis, can you oil up for the stream? Sounds pretty gay. You're asking me to oil up for your stream? How about you oil up? Take that, Buster. All right, let's do this. Collective reading. Always chosen one. Whoa, pause. Hey, he started it. Has it been 11 minutes, Maestro? I think it's been 11 minutes. All right, reading for the collective. Here we go. King of Wands. King of Wands. The airy aspect of fire. The the area aspect of fire. I think that we are all still feeling this massive energetic shift brought to us by Pluto shifting into Aquarius. And if you ask me, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. Anytime soon. In fact, I think that this shift here, this energetic shift that we're all experiencing, this is a collective reading, this energetic shift is going to hit everybody a little bit differently, but we are all feeling it right now. And some of us here on this stream right now have already started to master this stream, have already started to temper this fire, have already started to apply this fire towards something useful and appropriate. Some of us here have already started taking this energy and applying it to something useful. Check it out. Boom, the star of the night. The star of the night. This is the fortune card. There are a lot of subconscious stirrings going on right now. And we can clearly attribute that to the new energy that's entered. See, the thing about energy is, it is formless. It is formless. You are the one who gives it form. But the thing is, it has arrived in abundance. There's Jupiter. This energy has arrived in abundance. Now, the really cool thing is, this type of energy is of the mental flavor. That's what that blue circle represents. This is the air aspect of fire. This type of abundant energy is of the mental flavor. By the way, look at his shield. This card represents Leo. See that up there? See that up there? This card represents Leo, which is where the moon is. The moon represents the mind, right? So we've got the moon and Leo. Moon and Leo. We've got the airy aspect of fire, right? Boom. This is a mental passion. We're dealing with a mental passion here. This strong mental passion is a result of subconscious stirrings. Think about the planets in the sky as giant spoons. And as they rotate, they're stirring up this cosmic soup. And this cosmic soup is affecting you vibrationally, subconsciously. And for those of us present, some of us, not all of us, but most of us present, that stirring is happening at the subconscious level, and it's bringing things up to the surface. Bringing things up to the surface that have been buried for most of our lives. For some of us who are old enough, some things are coming up to the surface that we haven't experienced since childhood. Right? Bo Diddley says, not necessarily a good thing for some. Absolutely. For some, it is not a good thing. But like I said, I believe that for most of us here hearing this information, this is a good thing. It's something that we've been waiting for. It's a contrast to where we've been months prior. Hell, I might even want to say all of 2023. Maestro says, my work is getting damn near primeval. So check this out. The third aspect we have here for the collective, that's stirring up, right? A lot of circles, a lot of circles. Look at that. The symbol for the sun, right, is a circle with a dot in it, right? Look at this wheel of fortune, the circle. The sun rules Leo. Now we have the 6 of discs. The 6 of discs. Now guess what? 6 represents the sun. 6 is this Tifereth Sephirah, the circle with the dot in it. Circle, circle, dot, dot. There's a lot of solar energy happening here. A lot of solar energy happening here. So the 6 of discs astrologically is the moon in Taurus. Now this is a good thing. This is a good thing because the moon does pretty decently in Taurus. Luna in Taurus. Material success. Material success, right? So we're talking about manifestation on the physical plane, going in the direction that we want it to go in. So for most of us, for some of us in this reading, this energy that has been stirred up subconsciously through the subconscious mind is causing this karmic change. this expansion. And this expansion spiritually is now bleeding and starting to bleed into our physical dimension. This spiritual expansion is starting to bleed into the physical, material success. Lasange Decode says it is subconscious themed. Yes, yes. For those of you who can recognize, a lot of tonight has to do with the subconscious. This is the subconscious. This is the subconscious. It is subconscious themed. She says, it makes me wonder if I ever went out of Gamaliel to begin with. Some of this path working takes months. I'm telling you. Some of this path working takes months. I worked with Bina for almost over a year. Elisha Eternal says, also sounds like someone should play the lotto. If that's your thing, go for it. Hit that Georgia Lotto. Look, the 6 of Discs. This is a very good card. Material success. Whatever it is that you have been moved to create, whatever you're passionate about. Look, right now, for me at least, I know that I'm getting to work in my production. I'm making videos. I'm working on stuff behind the scenes because I feel this energy stirring up. And I'm going about things in a different way, right? Whatever this energy is moving you to do right now, if you're feeling it in the subconscious, like I said, most of you have taken action. That's why we're at the king now instead of the knight. Many of you have taken action on this energy, and that's good. Keep it up. But if you haven't yet, there's still a little bit of time to jump on board and start taking action with your creativity. Take this creativity and build with it. Build with it. Build with it. Material success. 7 Swords. Unstable effort. And here's why. Where the moon is very good in Taurus, right? It's very good in Taurus. Look at the stability of that structure there. The moon is very good in Taurus. However, it is not very good in Aquarius. Because that imaginative energy, when it hits this air sign, it doesn't have roots. It doesn't have a grounding. So I think that for a portion of us, we're still receiving this stimulus, this cosmic stimulus check, right? Remember when Bobby Hemmett used to talk about this angelic stimulus package? Some of y'all might be too young to remember that. But the great modern occultist Bobby Hemmett used to talk about this angelic stimulus package. Well, that's what's here for us again. Now, the thing is, some of us are taking advantage of that and cashing in. The rest of us are not. And we're just playing around. We're just playing around in our minds, letting these ideas go in one ear and out the other. I'm telling you, the window is closing if you have not taken advantage of this creative power that has entered. You see how fast the moon is moving. Last time I did a reading, the moon was in Cancer. Now it's in Leo. It's going to be shifting out of a sign to where this channeled energy is going to be as malleable and potent as it is right now. Matthew Watson says, wow, it's time for me to keep writing. Yes, whatever your creative endeavor is, keep going. Let's go with the last one. Oh, that's a good one. Elisha Eternal says Leo is opposition to Aquarius too. Leo is opposition to Aquarius. So this is really the complete opposite of where the moon is right now. I'll put it this way. Those of you who this card is for, those of you who have been procrastinating, are those of you who also feel blocked, right? You've got all these ideas floating through your head. You've got all this opportunity to do this, to do that, but you feel blocked. You feel stagnant. You feel like something is keeping you from moving forward. Well, honestly, your last chance is to realize that nothing's keeping you. Literally just make a move. Jump out and try something. Because if you don't, this energy is going to shift and you're going to miss this ride. Always Chosen One says, LMAO, it is. He just told me that this confirmed it. Powerful, powerful. Now let's do one more card for this collective reading. And I hope that you're taking advantage of this energy right now for everyone, especially if you have ears to hear this message. Here we go, the sun. There's look. There's so much solar energy in this right here. New birth. There's the circle with the dot I was talking about. Insane. Insane. New birth is the result for those of us who continue working. If you're creative, you got these ideas. If you're putting it to use, if you're putting it to practice, understand that this isn't just a whim. This is coming from a subconscious level. You're doing something very important, so keep at it. Even if it just seems trivial, keep building. Because this is going to lead to a new birth. This is going to lead to something powerful, something fun, something that you can be proud of for a long time. Otherwise, you can feel blocked, you can feel stagnant, you can feel like somebody's holding you back. You have the choice to do that. But understand that the sun is not on your side if that's how you choose to feel. Like I said in the beginning of this reading, this energy is like a stem cell. It can become whatever you direct it to become. If you're directing this energy to become an enemy, well, that's when your sun can turn into the demiurge. That's when your lion-faced sun can turn into the demiurge, if you want that. If you want that. The demiurge is an enemy to those who want it as an enemy, and it's a friend to those who want it as a friend. Visual OD says, Trav speaking to me right now. Gotta bust a move on this wave. Yes, you do, my friend. Yes, you do. Like Bobby Hemmett said, cosmic, angelic stimulus check. So this is the collective reading. This is the collective reading. Nooney's Universe. Peace, peace. All right. All right. That is the reading for the collective. A lot of solar influence here. A lot of solar sun energy here. And this ain't something that you can wait on for the next couple of days. Tonight, tomorrow, get with it. Start something. It does not have to be perfect. It just has to be set in motion. Whatever you initiate now, that counts as the birth of it. So it will still apply. You feel me? Even if your plan is to make a movie for the summer, start something today. Write the first page. Write an outline. Do something now. Don't sit on it for too long. Nooney's Universe says, I've been journeying through your Mystical Kabbalah series. It has given me a lot of insight. Oh yes. This is one of the greatest occult books of our time. Facts. Elisha Eternal says, I think a full moon is coming up too, right? That's right, in 3 days. In 3 days. And I did a reading for that at the very beginning of this video. Bo Diddley says, well, thank you very much. This reading resonates. Awesome. WT says, yeah, because I've been making mashups on my second page non-stop. No direction, just creating for fun. It'd be great to have something come out of that, but message heard. Keep doing, because you never know. Here's the thing, like, I've done a lot of stuff, a lot of different things in my life. What I've learned is that trying different things and getting really good at some things, I might not become a star at it, but I learned some valuable skills, right? I made kids cartoons at one point. I saw that on YouTube it was trending to make little nursery rhyme videos, so I worked my ass off creating cartoons, little gummy bear cartoons. I made the music, I recorded them in my studio, and I went all in. I didn't get very many views on those videos, because I didn't realize that they had other stuff going on behind the scenes. But I forced myself to learn how to use Adobe After Effects. I forced myself to learn how to animate quickly. I learned shortcuts for digital editing. And that obviously is something that I can use now. Whereas some people would be kind of slow and be stumped on how to make a certain special effect happen. I've already been through it enough times. And nowadays people have these apps where it does it for you. But sometimes if there's a specific vision that you have and the app doesn't give you the option, I know how to work around it to get exactly what my vision shows. I wouldn't have learned skills like that if I didn't push myself in that scattered direction, right? Hell, if I wasn't trying so hard to make music and become, a rapper, a producer and all this other stuff, I wouldn't have had the skills to create a cartoon show and make the music, right? And do the sound and all, like, whatever you're working on now, you're still building skills, and you have no idea how those skills are going to help you tomorrow, right? What I'm doing right now is a culmination of all the skills that I have built up throughout my life. I have spent countless hours, made sacrifices drawing, right? Editing videos, producing music, reading, just all sorts of things, Whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. If your soul's calling you to do it, if your heart is calling you to do it, right? If your heart's calling you to do it, that is a skill that your soul needs this body to learn, that it needs this ego to learn. Some of these skills are also transferable into higher dimensions. Think about this now. A person who is able to edit and create videos, you ever sit back and hear a song that you love and you close your eyes and envision the music video happening? Everybody can't do that. Everybody can't do that. So the skills that you're learning, they train your mind to think in a special way. Thank you, Nooney's Universe. Thank you so much. I appreciate your donation. Awesome, awesome. Let me know if you wanted a reading as well. I got one from Maestro coming up next. Visual OD says, same thing with me. I started vlogging on a whim and graduated to shooting music videos. That's what I mean. So whatever you're being called to do right now, do it. Doesn't mean that I'm going to become famous at it, but you never know what the skills that you're learning today can do for you later on as you evolve. It's just like a video game. You learn different moves and different techniques and all this other stuff, so that when you get to that final boss, you'll be well equipped. Well equipped. Nooney's Universe, please give me your sun and your moon sign. Maybe your ascendant if you want. And let me know what question you have, or if you just want a general reading. Ardquark says, I try to teach diversifying skills, even if you don't know why, to my high school students. Anything could happen and you will be that much further ahead. Exactly. ICKYX21 says, I forced myself a few months ago to learn about electricity and all that stuff, and now I'm driving my own company. Just started, but already brought back money that I invested in. Perfect, man, perfect. That's perfect. All right. So, Maestro, I got a second reading for you, Maestro. Walk to Poland, mate. Walk to Poland. I took the walk to Poland. Oh, almost had it. Libra, not Virgo. There we go. There we go. Okay, how should I move forward? How should I move forward? Aries Sun, Libra Moon, Gemini Ascendant. Noonies Universe asks also, how can I participate in the next cyclomancy class coming up? Oy vey. I really need to get on promoting for that next class because we're getting closer and closer to that deadline. But yeah. I'm gonna make a video talking about what link to go to and all that if you're interested in this class. I really need to get that started here this week so that we can begin this next session in March. Lasana, have a good night. All right, MC Maestro, let's talk about moving forward. Let's talk about moving forward. As much as I want to do these, I'm really feeling like the Robin Hood wants a turn. All right. What to do moving forward. I see these are nice and smooth. I can go a little bit faster with it. Whoop, whoop. Whoop. Uh-oh. Well. Look who shows their face. Somebody wants a battle. Somebody wants a battle. Shuffling like you drew Pot of Greed. I have no idea what that means. Maestro says was an old gen Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh. I remember my son's older brother wanted this Yu-Gi-Oh toy. It was like this pyramid thing with an eye in it that you had to build yourself. You know what I'm talking about? That thing was like $80. But it was like only one of two being sold online. Like, what the hell even is this thing? But that's what he wanted. I didn't know the cartoon, so I didn't know anything about that. It's like this, I think it's the necklace that he holds or something. I was like, man, what? All right, we're sufficient. Here we go. MC Maestro says it's called the Millennium Puzzle. It allowed Yugi to transform into the Pharaoh. All right. Aries Sun, Libra Moon, Gemini Ascendant. Here's what we have so far. Here's what we got. How to move forward. So look, some form of conflict is inevitable. Now here's the beautiful thing. I made a video earlier about chaos magic and the 8 types of magic associated with it. One of them is orange magic, and that has everything to do with, the book calls it charlatanery, deals with HOD, right? Salesmen, marketers, business people, car salesman type stuff. But anyways, it is the essence and energy of the gamble. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're gambling. What it represents is that there's a certain high that some of us get. We get addicted to this HOD energy, this orange Mercury sphere type energy. And like I mentioned before, it's that same energy when a rabbit is running from its prey. It gets this powerful anxiety and it causes a boost of adrenaline. And typically these type of people who fall under that sphere, we become some type of salesperson. We kind of get a thrill out of that. There's also a certain thrill from research and study. We get this thrill of investing time, gambling with our time in order to reap a reward. Maestro says, that's my new job. Yeah, awesome. Right? So with this type of energy, the reason I'm bringing all this up is that there's usually 3 types of people that are addicted to that energy. 2 of them are losers, 1 is a winner. The first type is the type of person that is addicted to losing. They're addicted to having that fear of losing. So oftentimes, they'll procrastinate and build up that anxiety and then fail and have a self-fulfilling prophecy. Believe it or not, some people are addicted to that. Second is the addiction to overcoming the odds. Some people have a subconscious addiction to where everyone in the world will tell them they can't do something, or for some reason, they'll feel that the odds are against them, and it gives them a thrill to overcome those odds. Now that's dangerous because sometimes you do win, but oftentimes that type gives up the victory just so they can do it all over again. The third type is a winner, but they're also a cheater. See, they only gamble when they know they're gonna win. They've got the game rigged in some way. They've got inside information, right? These are the people that gamble because they know they're gonna win. They know the plug. They know the people on the inside, whatever. So when I see this card, that's the type of energy that I get. There is a gamble. There is some type of anxiety-producing encounter, but I think that this is a wise gamble. A wise gamble because this is one where you kind of know what's on the other side. What's on the other side. Notice how he kicked their asses. See, I encounter these people every now and then on Fortnite. I know these fuckers are cheating. Not because I got beat, but I got beat in an impossible way, right? How the hell you know I was hiding in that bush? You came straight for me, like you saw me through the leaves. And I see that there is a program that allows you to see the outline of the individual, no matter where they are. And I hate that shit because if they didn't have it, I surely would have disintegrated them. But every now and then we get somebody who's able to win because there's some type of cheating going on. And I know that's a word that sounds kind of harsh, but there's a game being played where the odds are in your favor. Let me know how we resonate so far. So, this is the card of, again, investment. And I just did all that talking about HOD. All that talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did all that talking about Mercury, HOD, 8. Here we go with the 8 of Pentacles. MC Maestro says on track. Yeah. See, I love this shit. Now, this is the same energy. This is the same energy, except this is that process of going back to the drawing board, studying, figuring it out, right? How did you get to this point in the first place? You had to gamble with your time and your energy and invest in it. See, here's the thing. That type of game, it does have a risk involved too, right? Those people who use the aimbot and the whatever it is on Fortnite, there's a risk of getting your account banned, right? So you lose all your skins and whatever. But there's always a risk involved. Always Chosen One says, what's the fun in cheating? No gain. Well, I mean, every perspective has a reason, right? Every perspective has a reason. Like I said before, there's a type of addiction involved with risk. Now, for some people, like say thieves, because see, isn't Mercury also associated with thieves? Because people who steal, they most of the time they get a high off of that. Now, you have, again, just like there's different types of, gamblers, there's also different types of thieves. There's the not very smart type, and there's the very smart type. The not very smart type becomes addicted to the thrill, addicted to the risk, and eventually it catches up with them. Whereas they might steal and no longer get a thrill from it. So then now the thrill comes from the risk of being caught. That's the not very smart thief. The other one learns to gain a bit of discipline over that thrill, and maybe finds a way that they can incorporate their skills into a legit business, right? They go legit. They're still doing what they're doing, except it's legit on paper, right? Just like how you might see a lot of people who, might be selling drugs or whatever, but then they move into, a legit business. They're taking those same skills, they're just applying them in a different way. Or like say how a hacker, how the government might catch them and arrest them, but then they actually train them and hire them on the payroll. So what we're dealing with here is a skill set that is being studied. Now, I'm not calling you anything. I'm just saying this brings to mind what was on my study earlier today. So let's continue. 9. This might actually hark back to the last card in your previous reading. You got the King of Cups, the last card of your previous reading. What I enjoy about this card is that it does represent an established kingdom. When I see this, I think about somebody who's put in the work to build themselves a pleasant environment where they can live in peace, where they can live. See the gate? When I see it, I think about being able to separate themselves from the nonsense of the world and the nonsense as people and just live in peace in their environment. Now, the downside is you also isolate yourself. This is also a card of isolation, a gilded cage, right? A beautiful bird that sings beautifully and it looks so wonderful, but it is a prisoner of a beautiful cage. The cage is made of pure gold and diamonds and all that good stuff, but it's still a cage. Now, depending on how you take that, right? Because honestly, the human body is a cage. Sometimes it's a beautiful cage. But it seems like there's a lot of effort put into developing a certain kind of skill set with calculated risk. And I think that behind all that is this type of bittersweet paradise. MC Maestro says, yeah, learning skills and essences that I'm applying to other areas of my life. Now, let's see what this last card has to say. Now, this is pretty cool because we've got the Ten of Cups. We've got the Ten of Cups here. And this card represents a very pleasant outcome. A very pleasant outcome that is the result of connections and relationships that have been nurtured properly. And so now thrive in harmony. This is the result of nurtured relationships that are able to depend on each other for stability, but more than just physical stability, emotional stability. So in a way, this Ten of Cups makes this Nine of Pentacles so beautiful, right? The Ten of Cups makes the Nine of... This is what I would prefer, right? This is what I have, and this is what I dream to expand. To live in a certain status of peaceful isolation, but able to reach out to others whenever you need to. I love that, and I want more of it. Maybe that's the type of energy you're going for as well, right? To be isolated from the nonsense, to not be bothered. But when you do need people, you have them. Whenever I see the Nine of Pentacles, it always makes me think of myself. So, it looks like, as with all things human, there's a bit of a double-edged sword, no pun intended. We've got this isolated piece in the center, and on one hand, it looks like there is and are relationships that make the isolation, that keep it balanced. But every now and again, the other side of that balance is a feeling of being trapped. A feeling of being trapped. And this feeling of being trapped might connect to this first conflict that was pulled up. This feeling of trapped, being blinded, right? Feeling like you don't have too many choices, right? That's the dark side of this gilded cage. Feeling like there aren't too many choices now that you've moved a bit deeper in what you're doing. But as I always say, she only thinks that she's trapped. Mainly because she's got the blindfold on and she sees all the swords to her left and to her right. But if she moves forward, she might realize that there's no threat. It's all depending on... This prison is built out of walls that she knows. This prison is built out of walls that are familiar. You know that there is the potential hazard to the left and to the right. But what you don't know is that in the other direction, there very well might not be any threat. How's another way to say that? Perhaps the feeling of isolation and being trapped, perhaps the negative aspects of that feeling are self-imposed. Bo Diddy says her path ahead is clear. Right. But she's blindfolded, so she can't see that. She'll have to find that out through experience, but it takes a level of courage to move forward. It takes a different kind of gamble. It takes a different kind of gamble, right? It'll take a different kind of experience. And perhaps these relationships that are being nurtured and developed can help you see that there are other options. And by the way, that's a number 8, right? Both of these are Mercury, Hod, all this Hod energy that I was talking about. That's another 8 right there. And these all have to do with manifestation, right? We got the moon, Yesod, and we got Malkuth. Gibarah. So really, we got 5, 8, 8, 9, and 10. This some left-hand path stuff you got going on. What are you channeling down from the left-hand path? What you been channeling and pulling down from this left-hand path? MC Maestro says, been working with Papa Legba too, with Mercury. Yeah, man. It's that left-hand stuff. That's your melanin. That's your dark side melanin. Melanin. All right, all right. Hope that was copacetic. Hope that made some sense. Cool beans. MC Marshall says, an archetypal spirit reached out and I'm invested. He is quite indeed an antithesis. Archetypal spirit. I know Baphomet has been coming through a lot lately, but I feel like you might be referring to somebody else. Always Chosen One says, shout out to Legba, always coming through. MC Marshall says, he had me buy a Baphomet too. Wow. Wow. Yeah, see, I'm thinking I might get me one as well. For some reason, this Baphomet energy is really coming through. Jay Baldhill says, that's the science of the cracker. That's that Bobby stuff. Cool. Awesome, awesome. All right, so let's go to Nooney's Universe, and then we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up like her. What do they call the thing where the ladies like to get tied up? Are they called shibari? Shibari? Anybody know about that? Let's wrap this thing up. Bondage, says MC Maestro. Bondage. I thought there's like I'm thinking of like a specific type where they like the actual rope, and it's like tied up in like a specific way. Like it ain't just bondage. There we go. Yeah, Art Quark says shibari and kinbaku. Yeah, it's even more precise than simply just bondage. It's like Anna Molly says, I don't know nothing about nothing. I was waiting for you to chime in, honestly. No, it's more than just bondage. It's like specifically being tied up with like, I've seen colored rope. Like sometimes the rope is like pink and purple, and I don't know. It's a whole thing. Look it up. Shibari and what you say, kinbaku. I've never heard of kinbaku. I guess I'll have to look that up also. I can break these cuffs. MC Maestro says, I need a freak bitch down for that. I think they come in Pisces, Aquarius types. Anna Molly says it's shibari and kinbaku. Yeah, Japanese are ultra specific. Yeah. WT says the rope's red, Trav. Oh, dang, and I already shuffled them up. You're right. That's funny. Yeah, I think that's something else. Okay, so next we've got Nooney's Universe, and if I'm not mistaken, Nooney's Universe, you are Leo, Virgo. Bo Diddley says Aquarius here, still a hard pass. Hey. I'm trying to remember your ascendant. Carolyn says, so is it just that she gets tied up? What happens after that? I think you'll have to do your own research on that. I'm not so sure if my live stream settings will let me get into too much detail. Maybe someone in the chat can talk about it. Okay, so you said ascendant Leo. Got you, ascendant Leo. '88. All right. So Aries Sun, Virgo Moon here, Leo Ascendant. Sorry, I had to go open up a incognito window so I can search Kinbaku because I haven't heard of that term yet. Cameron says she gets tied up, then I tell her about my new Forex strategy. Oh man, you are sick. Alright, so, Nooney's Universe. Do you want the Robin Hood Tarot that we just used? Or do you want the ceremonial magic deck? MC Maestro says I'd show her my Lego collection. Uh-oh. I think I'd have to tie her up in front of my bookshelf and explain exactly why I purchased each one of the books in this particular shelf until she can't take it anymore. Nooney's Universe says hit me with the ceremonial. Gotcha. Gotcha, playboy. And was this a general reading for you? I keep trying to scroll up, but it's a little bit difficult on this phone. Ceremonial. MC Maestro says, I'm not sure I'd sit there for that. Nobody wants to hear about the books. They just want to know about what color candle, what demon do I summon. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Last reading of the night. Thanks again to MC Maestro for that collective reading. Ooh, 232 minutes. How long is that? 6, 12, 18. Wow, almost 4 hours. MC Maestro says that 100 plus book stream is the only video on the channel I ain't watch. Oh, that's funny. I don't even know how many I got since then. That was 2019. I'm sure I've tripled my collection since then. Jojo Goodman, peace. All right. So, Aries Sun, Virgo Moon, Leo Ascendant. Let's keep it moving, Dang. I'm not sure these cards were designed to be shuffled like this. I might have to get a new deck of this. I originally wasn't going to use these for reading. But I'm glad I did. Lord. Okay, so general reading. Look at that. The universe. So, we've got the universe card. This represents the culmination of the great work. This is the end, a major end of the phase, and the beginning of the next one. This is a portal, right? You see the stars on the outside and the stars on the inside? This is the beginning of a whole new phase of the great work. Notice the symbolism here. You got the as above, so below. Right? You've got the serpent winding around the individual. And what's funny is that in some, the character that's usually on the universe card is a mysterious figure. The character is often seen as the end result of the fool's journey. Now, the universe card, traditionally, is an androgynous being. Now, in the Rider-Waite deck, you'll see that the genitals are covered because nobody wanted to see a little pee-pee. But typically, this is an androgynous being, representing that the end of the work is essentially what we just talked about with Baphomet. The harmony, the balance, right? The center of the circle. Instead of being on the outside of the wheel, you find yourself on the inside of the wheel. And that is another metaphor for the Kether in Malkuth, or the Malkuth in Kether. Once you make your way to the top, you start at the bottom again. And once you descend to the bottom, you start at the top again. But see, the great work is realizing that there is no movement, there is no doing, there's only being. So the being perfect of that great work is about understanding that there is nowhere to go and nothing to do. You already are that. That which you seek, you are already it. And it seems that on some level, you've come to understand that. At some level, you've come to understand that, which is awesome, because that is extreme spiritual maturity. Let's keep it moving. The King of Cups makes another appearance. The King of Cups makes another appearance. Ruling the sign of Scorpio, the King of Cups, which is the intellectual part of the emotions, someone who understands and knows very well pleasure and satisfaction, one who's established, one who is sensual, one who's kind of open to those types of feelings. This could also represent somebody very comfortable in their situation, very comfortable. Now, this could be you, or this could be somebody that possibly you're learning under. Possibly you are, maybe a boss, some type of authority figure. But typically, this points to you. You'd be able to tell me in the chat. So going through the process of the great work, reaching a new level of maturity, and perhaps that level of maturity is allowing you to enjoy life instead of constantly being hard on yourself. What do we have next? The Seven of Cups, illusionary success. So at the same time, there is a very real threat of, even though there was success, there was victory, and you did make it across the barrier, right? This 30-second path, even though you've crossed the line that you've been working on, there's a very real threat that you might start to convince yourself that you went further than you actually did. Check this out. This card represents Scorpio, as I said. Remember, that's what the eagle represents here, and that's what the eagle represents here. It's the sign of Scorpio. Now, this Seven of Cups is what? Venus in Scorpio. The energy of the Seven of Cups, Venus in Scorpio. What that means is there are rewards, there are pleasures that come with your newly acquired level of success. There are rewards that come with that, for sure. Just don't get too comfortable. Remember the discipline and the hard work that it took for you to get to where you've gotten. This could be graduation. This could be a promotion. There's something in your life where you have crossed the finish line and made it to a new stage. And you're celebrating right now. And perhaps there's a very real threat for you to get too comfortable in this. For you to get a bit too comfortable in this. That's the Venus in Scorpio. Venus knows how to enjoy the sensual aspect of reality. It knows how to have a good time. Hell, and so does Scorpio. Scorpio knows how to do so to the death. Hence the card death being a representative of Scorpio. Those two together could lead to a good time that will lead to a bad time. Six of Wands. But we've got high hope for you. High hope for you, Aries. Because it looks like the energies of your ascendant are going to give you a little bit of a boost. The Six of Wands represents victory. Now, what we see with the victory is, again, someone who's crossed the line, who's crossed the finish line, who's made the round trip and now they're back home celebrating, right? This is not a short-lived victory. This is a big deal for you. Now, this card represents Jupiter in Leo. Jupiter in Leo, right? So what we have here, Jupiter being expansion, growth and abundance. This is happening in the solar sign of Leo. So this is a graduation and a change that affects your ego, your personality, how you see yourself. That's what makes it a lasting change. You're changing how you see yourself as an individual. So, you probably will kind of slip into a state where you might be indulging a little bit too much. You're probably going to do that anyway, right? Because as an Aries, you more than likely have to learn your lesson through experience. No matter what anybody tells you, you're going to have to learn it on your own. And I recognize that. You're a Virgo moon, so I know that you're going to learn and analyze as it's happening. And that's part of what's going to prevent you from disaster. And of course, your Leo ascendant is what kind of helps the outer world and the environment still see you as the hero. And then the universe says hard-headed. Yeah. And that's a part of your karmic experience here. But rest assured, victory is a part of this whole equation. Victory is a part of this whole equation. Jupiter in Leo. Something within your ego, within your personality, from this is going to expand. In other words, something about your reputation is going to be affected in a very positive way, right? So no matter if you slip and fall, thankfully, it's not going to be anything that's going to tarnish or taint your reputation. It's a wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. And one more card. Ten of Wands. Ten of Wands. Oppression. So look, I think that what's going to happen here, at least from what I'm seeing, and you're going to have to chime in and let me know. You have to chime in and let me know. Part of this victory is going to be due to you learning to restrict yourself. Oppression is what this card means. It's Saturn in Sagittarius. Saturn in Sagittarius. Now, this restriction might be a counterbalance to the indulgence. Now, what I really like also about these 5-card readings that I've been doing is that the end translates to the beginning. The end translates to the beginning. We've got Saturn in Sagittarius, right? We've got Saturn, the restricting aspect, the restricting element, compressing that spiritual fiery energy that you've received. Maybe you won't let this reputation boost go to your head. Maybe you won't let it go to your head. And this Saturn energy connects to this universe card because this universe card is the card of Saturn. You see that right there? This is the card that represents Saturn. So what do I see here? Looks like you have had some type of graduation, some type of promotion, or you are in the midst of it. Crossing the finish line, made it to the next level, and this is the time for celebration. You should be proud of yourself. You should be proud of yourself. There's probably going to be an experience here where you indulge a little bit too much, right? Illusionary success. Maybe you might get a bit ahead of yourself, but that's okay. It's not going to be anything that's going to damage you too badly at all, really, because your ego will be able to bounce back. And in fact, publicly, to the people that matter, you're still going to be seen as a victor. Look at the wands going off into the distance. This is some established victory here. And I think from this experience, from this lesson, maybe even from indulging a little bit, you're going to learn why exactly it's so important to not indulge, to remain disciplined, to oppress the animal self. And I get that from the fact that this represents Saturn in Sagittarius, and the whole thing here started with Saturn, the universe, the container of experience. The oppression of the Sith shall never return. You have lost. Nooney's Universe says, yes, self-sacrifice. I've been learning from you. Goodness. Goodness. All right, all right. So let me know how that reading was, how it related to you, how you relate to it. And to be quite honest, I think that will about wrap up the readings for tonight. We've gone for about 4 hours. That's a pretty good run if you ask me. Pretty good run if you ask me. Nooney's Universe says it was accurate in every aspect. Thank you. Awesome. My pleasure. Pablo Ganoto 5BLK says, Aries. Please do Aries. We did. We just finished doing an Aries reading. I thought it was pretty awesome. Animali says, I caught as much as I could amidst the chaos. Hey, I know you've been having a little bit of a rough day. I appreciate you even being here attempting, right? Thank you for that. In fact, thank you to all my mods who have helped me. Thank you, MC Maestro. I'm greatly appreciated, or greatly appreciative. Thank you for all of you who've been a part of this stream, right? Some of y'all have been here from the beginning, and I'm always grateful for that. Always grateful for that. Thank you for all of you who have purchased a reading. This is certainly something that I am very happy to do. Very happy to do. Good to see that people get value out of this, right? Bo Diddley says, much love. Thank you. Anna Molly says, MC got the troll high score tonight. That's a good idea. Let's start gamifying it. That's a good point. Thank you, Cameron. Cameron says that it will be uploaded to rewatch, Pablo. So yeah, Pablo, after this live stream is over, you can kind of just rewind back. I usually put the sun sign here, the moon sign there, and the ascendant up here. So if you can see that, it's probably bigger on your screen than it is on mine. If you want to kind of just fast forward or scan through, you'll see that. Maybe I'll, I don't know if you guys like these cards. Maybe I'll just get cards that actually say, you know, Aries, Leo, Virgo, so that if people want to kind of scan through, they can kind of catch their card. But in any case, this has been fun. Again, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. A little bit tired tonight, but you know, we still did our thing. Woo! Ard Quark, thank you. Ard Quark says, thank you for everyone's input. Thanks, Trav, for your generous readings. My pleasure, truly. Hazard Pie says, this was insightful and fun. I'm learning to read cards. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Maestro. Awesome. Awesome. And that's another thing, right? I love that. I was going to kind of do a little bit of training on how to do this, but this came out instead. So if it's still working and serving the purpose, then that's dope. J Bald Hale says, Trav, you going to do a Thursday stream? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm working my way back into consistency, right? I remember doing live streams every day not every day, but on the clock, right? Saturday readings, Sunday afternoons, Thursday evenings. I think for a while I was doing like book reads on Mondays and Tuesdays. So like trying to work my way back into that consistency. Number one, it's good for the YouTube numbers, but number two, it gets me personally back into the work the way that I want to be, right? I'm trying to get back to where I was so I can continue moving forward, you know, back with my meditations, with my mantras, with my studies, and it's working. That's one of the things I'm using this Knight of Wands energy for, to getting myself back to what I considered the highest point that I reached in my spiritual path. I'm doing good so far. Doing good so far. Matthew Watson says, I'm grateful for these positive influences these readings have on me. Each one helped in its own way. Awesome, awesome. Bo Diddley says, I subbed. Hope to hop back in again soon. Yes, yes. Hopefully you can pop in tomorrow night. Matthew Watson says, honestly, observation may be the best teacher. All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And we wrap it up. I think I'll drop a video about Baphomet, followed by a video about the 8 types of chaos magic. Really, the Baphomet video, I'm looking to get a bunch of engagement from the trolls, because I know if I make a video about Baphomet, there's going to be a lot of, this is the devil, you need to go back to church. But, you know, as much as we talk about these trolls, the beautiful thing is that they boost engagement, so they make the numbers look really good. So I'm going to try to hack the system and make a video about Baphomet. We'll see. All right. So in any case, grab me a bite to eat. You guys have a great night, a great rest. You're awesome. Thank you for being here. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace.